Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
In the pursuit of personal growth, we often focus on adding new habits and skills, but eliminating elements that no longer serve us is equally important. This video explores 20 suggestions for things to quietly eliminate from your life to enable significant personal growth. These suggestions encompass various areas, from maintaining discretion in personal matters to shifting focus inward, promoting positivity, and embracing change. Throughout this video, we will delve into each suggestion, exploring their importance and offering practical strategies for implementation. We will examine how maintaining privacy, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change can lead to a more purposeful and fulfilling life. The journey of personal growth is ongoing and requires continuous self-reflection and improvement. By quietly eliminating what no longer serves us, we create space to pursue our highest potential and live an authentic life. In the following sections, we will explore each suggestion in greater depth, providing insights and practical advice for those embarking on their own journey of personal transformation. Maintaining discretion and privacy. 1. Don't feel the need to explain yourself to those who hurt you. One of the most liberating things you can do for your personal growth is to stop feeling the need to explain yourself to those who have hurt you. When we experience pain or mistreatment from others, it's natural to want to seek justification or closure. However, engaging in this pursuit can often lead to further frustration and emotional turmoil. The power of calm, dignified disengagement cannot be overstated. By choosing to move on without seeking explanations or apologies, you reclaim your energy and focus, redirecting it towards your own healing and growth. This doesn't mean that you ignore or suppress your feelings. Rather, it means processing them internally and with trusted support systems, rather than exposing yourself to further hurt. Learning to let go of the need for external validation or understanding is a crucial step in developing emotional resilience and self-assurance. It allows you to prioritize your own well-being and make decisions based on your values and goals, rather than being swayed by the opinions or actions of others. 2. Don't share intimate details about the end of friendships or relationships. In the age of social media and oversharing, it can be tempting to broadcast the details of our personal lives, especially when it comes to the end of significant friendships or relationships. However, maintaining privacy and discretion during these times is essential for our emotional well-being and personal growth. The value of private reflection and introspection cannot be underestimated. When we process the end of a relationship privately, we give ourselves the space to feel our emotions fully, without the added pressure of external opinions or judgments. This allows us to gain clarity, learn from the experience, and move forward with greater self-awareness and wisdom. Moreover, sharing intimate details about the end of a relationship can often lead to further complications and emotional entanglements. It can create a cycle of gossip, speculation, and take sides, which can be damaging to all parties involved. By choosing to keep these matters private, you demonstrate respect for yourself and others and create a safe space for healing and growth. 3. Controlled displays of anger and frustration in front of others. Anger and frustration are natural human emotions, but when expressed in uncontrolled ways, they can have serious consequences for our personal and professional relationships. Learning to manage these emotions and control our displays of anger in front of others is a crucial aspect of personal growth and emotional intelligence. The impact of emotional outbursts on our relationships cannot be overstated. When we lash out at others or express our frustration in aggressive ways, we risk damaging trust, respect, and rapport. This can lead to a breakdown in communication, collaboration, and even opportunities for growth and advancement. Instead of allowing anger to control our actions, it's important to develop strategies for redirecting that emotional energy in more productive ways. This might involve taking a few deep breaths, stepping away from the situation to regain composure, or finding healthy outlets for expressing our feelings, such as exercise, journaling, or creative pursuits. By learning to control our displays of anger and frustration, we demonstrate emotional maturity, professionalism, and the ability to handle challenging situations with grace and diplomacy. This not only benefits our relationships, but also our own mental and emotional well-being. 4. Avoid sharing negative judgments about others. In our daily interactions, it can be all too easy to slip into the habit of sharing negative judgments about others. Whether it's gossiping about a coworker, criticizing a friend's choices, or making snide comments about a public figure, these negative judgments can have a detrimental impact on our personal growth and relationships. The importance of diplomacy and tact in social interactions cannot be overstated. When we express negative opinions about others, we risk creating an atmosphere of hostility, mistrust, and division. This can lead to damaged relationships, lost opportunities, and a general sense of negativity that permeates our lives. On the other hand, when we choose to rise above negativity and maintain a positive outlook, we create a more supportive and uplifting environment for ourselves and those around us. This doesn't mean that we ignore or condone bad behavior, but rather that we approach these situations with empathy, understanding, and a focus on finding solutions rather than placing blame. By avoiding the sharing of negative judgments, we also demonstrate integrity, compassion, and the ability to see beyond surface-level impressions. This can lead to deeper, more meaningful relationships, as well as greater opportunities for personal and professional growth. In summary, maintaining discretion and privacy in our personal lives, controlling displays of anger and frustration, and avoiding negative judgments about others are all crucial aspects of personal growth and emotional well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of trust, respect, and positivity that allows us to thrive in all areas of our lives. Be shifting focus inward. 5. Stop constantly comparing yourself to others. One of the most significant barriers to personal growth and self-acceptance is the habit of constantly comparing ourselves to others. In our modern society, where social media and advertising bombard us with idealized images of success, beauty, and happiness, it's easy to fall into the trap of measuring our worth against external standards. The dangers of comparison are well documented. When we focus on how we stack up against others, we often neglect our own unique strengths, talents, and values. This can lead to feelings of inadequacy, low self-esteem, and even depression. Moreover, comparing ourselves to others is often an unfair and unrealistic practice, as we rarely have a complete picture of someone else's life or struggles. To overcome this habit, it's crucial to shift our focus inward and prioritize our own journey and growth. This means setting goals and standards that are authentic to our own desires and values, rather than based on the expectations or achievements of others. It means celebrating our own progress and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we face setbacks or challenges. By learning to focus on our own path, we cultivate a sense of intrinsic motivation and purpose. We become more attuned to our own needs, desires and passions, and less swayed by external validation or approval. This in turn leads to greater self-awareness, resilience, and the ability to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. 6. Limit time on social media. In today's digital age, social media has become an integral part of our daily lives. While these platforms can provide valuable opportunities for connection, learning, and self-expression, excessive use can also have negative effects on our mental health and personal growth. One of the main dangers of social media is its tendency to promote unrealistic comparisons and idealized versions of reality. When we spend too much time scrolling through curated feeds of perfect bodies, lavish lifestyles, and seemingly effortless success, we can easily fall into the trap of feeling inadequate or dissatisfied with our own lives. Moreover, excessive social media use can lead to a host of other mental health concerns, such as anxiety, depression, and addiction. It can also interfere with our ability to be present and engaged in our real-life relationships and experiences, leading to a sense of disconnection and isolation. To mitigate these negative effects, it's important to develop strategies for using social media purposefully and mindfully. This might involve setting clear boundaries around when and how often we check our feeds, unfollowing accounts that consistently trigger negative emotions, and being intentional about the content we consume and share. By limiting our time on social media and using it in a way that supports our values and goals, we create space for more authentic self-expression, connection, and personal growth. We become less reliant on external validation and more attuned to our own inner wisdom and sense of purpose. 7. Let go of the constant pursuit of external approval. From a young age, many of us are conditioned to seek external approval and validation as a measure of our worth and success. Whether it's striving for good grades, seeking praise from our parents or teachers, or trying to fit in with our peers, the pursuit of external approval can become a driving force in our lives. While recognition and support from others can be valuable and affirming, an over-reliance on external validation can also be detrimental to our personal growth and well-being. When we constantly seek approval from others, we risk losing touch with our own authentic desires, values, and sense of self. We may make choices based on what we think will please others, rather than what truly aligns with our own goals and passions. Moreover, the constant pursuit of external approval can lead to a sense of insecurity and instability, as our self-worth becomes contingent on the opinions and reactions of others. This can create a vicious cycle of people-pleasing, self-doubt and fear of failure, which ultimately hinders our ability to grow and thrive. To break free from this pattern, it's essential to cultivate a strong sense of inner validation and self-acceptance. This means learning to trust our own instincts, values and decisions, even if they don't always align with the expectations or approval of others. It means practicing self-compassion and self-love, and recognizing that our worth is inherent and unconditional, not dependent on external achievements or accolades. By letting go of the constant pursuit of external approval, we create space for a more authentic and fulfilling life. We become more confident in our own choices and more resilient in the face of challenges or criticism. We learn to value our own growth and well-being above the opinions of others, and to trust in the unique path that aligns with our deepest desires and values. 8. Release unrealistic expectations of perfection for yourself and others. Perfectionism is a common trap that many of us fall into, often without realizing it. Whether it's striving for flawless performance at work, maintaining an immaculate home, or expecting ourselves and others to always say and do the right thing, the pursuit of perfection can be a heavy burden to bear. The dangers of perfectionism are well documented. When we set unrealistically high standards for ourselves and others, we create a breeding ground for stress, anxiety, and feelings of inadequacy. We may become paralyzed by the fear of making mistakes or falling short, leading to procrastination, avoidance, and missed opportunities for growth and learning. Moreover, perfectionism can strain our relationships and lead to a lack of empathy and understanding for others. When we expect perfection from those around us, we risk creating an atmosphere of judgment, criticism, and resentment, rather than one of support, collaboration, and growth. To overcome the pitfalls of perfectionism, it's important to reframe our expectations and focus on progress rather than perfection. This means setting achievable goals that challenge us to grow and improve, while also allowing room for mistakes, setbacks, and learning. It means celebrating our efforts and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we inevitably fall short of our ideals. By releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection, we create a more nurturing and supportive environment for ourselves and others. We learn to embrace the beauty and growth that come from imperfection, and to approach challenges with curiosity, resilience, and a willingness to learn. We become more accepting of ourselves and others, and more attuned to the process of growth and development, rather than fixating on a narrow definition of success. In summary, shifting our focus inward by stopping constant comparisons, limiting social media use, letting go of the pursuit of external approval, and releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection are all crucial aspects of personal growth and well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of self-awareness, self-acceptance, and inner strength that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and fulfillment. See pursuing personal growth authentically. 9. Abandon unnecessary goals that don't align with your true path. In the pursuit of personal growth, it's easy to become sidetracked by goals and aspirations that don't truly align with our authentic selves. These may be goals that we've inherited from our families, society, or cultural expectations, rather than those that stem from our own deep desires and values. For example, someone may feel pressured to pursue a high-paying career in a field they don't genuinely enjoy, simply because it's what their parents or peers expect of them. Or someone may set a goal to achieve a certain body, type, or lifestyle, based on images they see in the media rather than what feels healthy and authentic to them. The importance of identifying and pursuing our authentic passions cannot be overstated. When we set goals that are truly aligned with our values, strengths, and desires, we tap into a deep well of motivation, resilience, and fulfillment. We're more likely to persevere in the face of challenges and to find joy and meaning in the process of growth and achievement. To identify our authentic goals, it's important to cultivate a practice of self-reflection and introspection. This might involve journaling, meditation, or simply taking time to sit with ourselves and ask deep questions about what we truly want and value. It may also involve seeking out new experiences and perspectives that challenge our assumptions and broaden our horizons. As we gain clarity on our authentic path, it's equally important to proceed with discretion and avoid the influence of others' expectations. This means learning to trust our own instincts and judgments, even if they don't align with the conventional wisdom or advice of others. It means being willing to take risks, to chart our own course, and to let go of goals or pursuits that no longer serve our deepest desires and values. For instance, someone may decide to leave a lucrative but unfulfilling career to pursue a passion for teaching or social work, even if it means taking a pay cut or facing disapproval from family or friends. Or someone may choose to prioritize their mental health and well-being over achieving a certain level of success or status, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from within. By abandoning unnecessary goals and aligning ourselves with our authentic path, we create a foundation for deep, lasting personal growth. We become more resilient, adaptable, and capable of navigating life's challenges with grace and purpose. We find greater meaning, satisfaction, and joy in our pursuits, and inspire others to do the same. 10. Procrastination and avoidance. Procrastination and avoidance are common obstacles to personal growth and success. When we consistently put off important tasks, decisions, or conversations, we create a cycle of stress, guilt, and missed opportunities that can hold us back from reaching our full potential. The negative impact of procrastination can manifest in many areas of our lives. For example, a student who consistently procrastinates on studying or completing assignments may struggle to keep up with coursework, leading to lower grades and increased anxiety. An entrepreneur who avoids making important decisions or taking calculated risks may miss out on opportunities for growth and innovation. A couple who puts off having difficult conversations about their relationship may allow resentment and disconnection to fester, eroding the foundation of their partnership. To overcome procrastination and avoidance, it's important to develop strategies for recognizing and managing these tendencies. This might involve breaking down large tasks into smaller, more manageable steps, setting clear deadlines and accountability measures, or seeking support and encouragement from others. For instance, someone who struggles with procrastination on a large project at work might create a detailed timeline with specific milestones and check-ins, and enlist the help of a colleague or mentor to hold them accountable. Or someone who tends to avoid difficult conversations with loved ones might practice assertive communication techniques, such as using I statements and active listening, to build confidence and reduce anxiety around these interactions. It's also crucial to recognize that procrastination and avoidance often stem from deeper emotions, such as fear of failure, perfectionism, or low self-worth. By exploring and addressing these underlying issues, we can develop greater self-awareness and resilience in the face of challenges. For example, someone who procrastinates on pursuing a new career path out of fear of failure might work with a therapist or coach to build self-confidence and reframe their relationship with risk and uncertainty. Or someone who avoids setting boundaries with others out of a desire to please or avoid conflict might practice self-compassion and assertiveness, recognizing that their needs and well-being are valid and important. Ultimately, overcoming procrastination and avoidance requires a commitment to taking action, even in the face of discomfort or uncertainty. By developing strategies for managing these tendencies and building self-awareness and resilience, we create a foundation for lasting personal growth and success. 11. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotage. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotaging behaviors can be significant barriers to personal growth and well-being. These patterns can take many forms, such as poor sleep habits, unhealthy eating, negative self-talk, or engaging in activities that undermine our goals and values. For example, someone may turn to alcohol or drugs to cope with stress or anxiety, rather than developing healthy coping mechanisms such as exercise, meditation, or therapy. Or someone may repeatedly enter into toxic relationships or work environments, despite recognizing the negative impact on their mental and emotional well-being. The first step in overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage is to identify the specific patterns and behaviors that are holding us back. This requires a willingness to be honest with ourselves, to look closely at our thoughts, emotions, and actions, and to recognize the ways in which we may be undermining our own growth and happiness. For instance, someone who struggles with negative self-talk might start by simply noticing the specific thoughts and beliefs that arise in challenging situations, such as, "I'm not good enough," or "I'll never be able to do this." By bringing awareness to these patterns, we create space for change and growth. The next step is to replace unhealthy habits with nourishing alternatives. This might involve developing a consistent sleep routine, finding healthy ways to manage stress and emotions, or seeking out supportive relationships and environments that align with our values and goals. For example, someone who tends to cope with anxiety by overeating might explore alternative coping strategies, such as deep breathing exercises, journaling, or talking with a trusted friend or therapist. Or someone who struggles with procrastination might experiment with time management techniques, such as the Pomodoro method or time blocking, to create structure and accountability in their daily routine. It's important to approach this process with compassion and patience, recognizing that changing deep-seated habits and patterns takes time and practice. It's also helpful to enlist the support of others, whether that's a therapist, coach, or trusted friend or family member, to provide encouragement, accountability, and guidance along the way. Ultimately, overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage requires a commitment to self-awareness, self-care, and personal growth. By identifying the specific patterns that hold us back, replacing them with nourishing alternatives, and seeking out support and resources, we create a foundation for lasting change and transformation. 12. The need to always be right. The need to always be right is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and damage relationships. When we become overly attached to our own opinions, beliefs, and ways of doing things, we risk closing ourselves off to new perspectives, ideas, and opportunities for learning and connection. This pattern can manifest in many ways, such as arguing with others, even when it's not necessary or productive, refusing to admit when we're wrong or have made a mistake, or dismissing or invalidating the experiences and viewpoints of others. The value of humility and open-mindedness in personal growth cannot be overstated. When we cultivate a willingness to listen, learn, and consider other perspectives, we expand our own understanding of the world and ourselves. We become more adaptable, resilient, and capable of navigating complex challenges and relationships. To develop greater humility and open-mindedness, it's important to practice active listening and empathy. This means setting aside our own agendas and opinions temporarily and focusing on understanding and validating the experiences and perspectives of others. It means asking questions, seeking clarification, and being willing to change our minds or admit when we're wrong. For example, in a disagreement with a colleague or family member, instead of immediately defending our own position or trying to prove the other person wrong, we might ask open-ended questions to better understand their perspective, such as, "Can you tell me more about why you feel that way?" Or, What experiences have led you to that conclusion? By creating space for dialogue and understanding, we open up possibilities for growth, connection, and collaboration. It's also helpful to cultivate a growth mindset, recognizing that our own knowledge and understanding is always evolving and incomplete. This means embracing challenges, setbacks, and feedback as opportunities for learning and development, rather than threats to our ego or self-image. For instance, if we receive criticism or negative feedback on a project or idea, instead of becoming defensive or dismissive, we might approach it with curiosity and openness, asking ourselves questions like, what can I learn from this perspective? Or, how can I use this feedback to improve and grow? By reframing challenges as opportunities, we develop greater resilience, adaptability, and self-awareness. Ultimately, letting go of the need to always be right requires a deep commitment to personal growth and self-reflection. It means cultivating humility, empathy, and open-mindedness, and recognizing that our own perspectives and experiences are just one part of a vast and complex world. By embracing this mindset, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for learning, connection, and transformation, both within ourselves and in our relationships with others, promoting positivity in thought and speech. 13. Maintain privacy and discretion about relationship details. Relationships, whether romantic, familial, or platonic, are an essential part of our lives and can greatly impact our personal growth and well-being. However, when relationships end or go through difficult times, it can be tempting to share intimate details with others as a way of processing emotions or seeking support. While it's important to have trusted confidence and support systems, maintaining privacy and discretion about relationship details is crucial for several reasons. First, sharing intimate information about a relationship can breach trust and respect for the other person involved, even if the relationship has ended. It can also create awkwardness or discomfort for those who hear about the private details, and may lead to gossip or judgment that can further complicate the situation. Moreover, processing relationship endings or challenges publicly can sometimes hinder our own healing and growth. When we focus on gaining validation or sympathy from others, we may neglect the important inner work of self-reflection, learning and moving forward. We may also become stuck in a narrative of victimhood or blame, rather than taking responsibility for our own role in the relationship and its challenges. Instead, it's important to find healthy, private ways to process relationship endings and challenges. This might involve journaling, meditation, or speaking with a trusted therapist or counselor who can provide a safe, confidential space for exploration and healing. It might also involve setting clear boundaries with others about what we are and are not willing to share, and communicating our needs for support and privacy directly and respectfully. For example, if a friend or family member asks for details about a recent breakup, we might respond with something like, "I appreciate your concern, but I'm not comfortable sharing private details about my relationship. What I really need right now is your support and understanding as I work through this challenging time." By setting clear boundaries and communicating our needs, we create a foundation for healthy, respectful relationships with others and with ourselves. 14. Don't participate in gossip and negativity. Gossip and negativity are all too common in many social and professional circles and can have a corrosive effect on our personal growth and well-being. When we engage in gossip or negative talk about others, we contribute to a culture of judgment, mistrust, and disconnection that can hinder our own growth and success. The negative impact of gossip can be far-reaching. It can damage reputations, relationships and opportunities and create a toxic environment that breeds fear, resentment and hostility. It can also reinforce negative stereotypes and prejudices and contribute to a culture of exclusion and discrimination. Moreover, participating in gossip and negativity can have a detrimental effect on our own mental and emotional well-being. When we focus on the faults and shortcomings of others, we neglect our own self-reflection and growth. We may become trapped in a cycle of judgment and criticism that leaves us feeling isolated, anxious, and unfulfilled. To avoid participating in gossip and negativity, it's important to cultivate a mindset of empathy, compassion, and positivity. This means looking for the best in others, even when they may be struggling or making mistakes. It means seeking to understand and support rather than judge and criticize. And it means modeling kindness, respect, and integrity in our own words and actions, even when it may be difficult or unpopular. For example, if we hear colleagues or friends engaging in negative gossip about someone else, we might gently redirect the conversation by saying something like, "I don't feel comfortable talking about someone who isn't here to defend themselves. Let's focus on the positive things we appreciate about each other and our work together." By setting a tone of empathy and respect, we create a ripple effect of positivity that can transform our relationships and communities. It's also important to be mindful of our own tendencies towards negativity and judgment, and to actively work to shift our mindset and behavior. This might involve practicing gratitude, self-compassion, and forgiveness, and surrounding ourselves with positive, supportive people who uplift and inspire us. Ultimately, avoiding gossip and negativity is about choosing to be a force for good in the world and recognizing that our words and actions have the power to heal or harm. By cultivating empathy, compassion, and positivity, we not only enhance our own personal growth and well-being, but also contribute to a more loving, connected, and thriving world. 15. Clutter and excess possessions. In our modern consumer culture, it's easy to accumulate clutter and excess possessions that can weigh us down both physically and emotionally. From overflowing closets and garages to crowded bookshelves and kitchen counters, the stuff we own can often take up valuable space in our lives and minds, hindering our ability to focus on what truly matters. The psychological benefits of simplifying our living spaces are well documented. Studies have shown that a decluttered environment can reduce stress and anxiety, improve focus and productivity, and even boost creativity and self-esteem. When we let go of the things that no longer serve us, we create space for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. Moreover, the process of decluttering itself can be a powerful tool for self-reflection and personal development. As we sort through our possessions, we're forced to confront our own values, priorities, and emotional attachments. We may discover that we've been holding on to things out of fear, guilt, or a sense of scarcity, rather than true necessity or joy. By letting go of these emotional and physical burdens, we free ourselves to live more authentically and abundantly. To begin the process of decluttering, it's helpful to start small and focus on one area or category at a time. This might involve tackling a single drawer, closet, or room, and sorting items into piles of keep, donate, and discard. As we make decisions about what to let go of, it's important to be honest with ourselves about what truly brings us value and aligns with our goals and values. For example, we might ask ourselves questions like, when was the last time I used this item? Or, does this possession bring me joy or serve a necessary purpose in my life? By focusing on the things that truly matter to us, we create a living space that reflects our authentic selves and supports our personal growth and well-being. It's also helpful to develop systems and habits that prevent clutter from accumulating in the first place. This might involve implementing a one-in, one-out rule for new purchases, or regularly reassessing and purging our possessions to keep our spaces streamlined and intentional. Ultimately, decluttering our living spaces is about more than just tidying up our physical environment. It's about creating a foundation for a more purposeful, joyful, and fulfilling life, free from the distractions and burdens of excess. By letting go of the things that no longer serve us, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for growth, connection, and abundance. 16. Toxic relationships and one-sided friendships. Relationships are an essential part of our lives, providing us with support, connection, and opportunities for growth and learning. However, not all relationships are created equal, and some can be toxic or one-sided, draining our energy and hindering our personal development. Toxic relationships can take many forms, from overt abuse and manipulation to more subtle patterns of negativity, criticism, or disrespect. These relationships often leave us feeling depleted, anxious, and unsupported, and can even lead to physical and mental health problems over time. Similarly, one-sided friendships can be emotionally draining and unfulfilling, as we pour our time, energy, and resources into a relationship that doesn't reciprocate or value our needs and boundaries. These imbalanced dynamics can leave us feeling resentful, unappreciated, and disconnected from our own desires and goals. To cultivate healthy, supportive relationships that uplift and inspire us, it's important to be discerning about the people we allow into our lives. This means surrounding ourselves with individuals who share our values, respect our boundaries, and contribute positively to our growth and well-being. It's also crucial to learn how to set and maintain healthy boundaries in our relationships, even with those closest to us. This might involve communicating our needs and expectations clearly and directly, and being willing to say no to requests or behaviors that don't align with our values or well-being. For example, if a friend consistently cancels plans at the last minute or fails to show up for us in times of need, we might have a conversation about how their behavior is impacting us and what we need from the relationship moving forward. If the friend is unwilling or unable to make changes, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and prioritize our own self-care and growth. In some cases, it may be necessary to distance ourselves from toxic or one-sided relationships altogether in order to create space for healthier, more reciprocal connections. This can be a difficult and painful process, but it's an essential part of personal growth and self-respect. Ultimately, cultivating healthy, supportive relationships is about honoring ourselves and our own needs, while also being open to genuine connection and growth with others. By surrounding ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us, setting clear boundaries, and being willing to let go of relationships that no longer serve us, we create a foundation for lasting personal and interpersonal fulfillment. Embracing change and personal evolution. 17. Living in the past or worrying about the future. One of the greatest obstacles to personal growth and well-being is the tendency to live in the past or worry about the future, rather than being fully present in the moment. When we dwell on past regrets, mistakes, or traumas, we can become stuck in a cycle of shame, guilt, and self-doubt that prevents us from moving forward and embracing new opportunities. Similarly, when we constantly worry about future uncertainties or potential failures, we can become paralyzed by fear and anxiety, unable to take the risks and actions necessary for growth and success. The practice of mindfulness and present moment awareness is a powerful tool for overcoming these tendencies and cultivating a greater sense of peace, clarity, and purpose. By learning to focus our attention on the present moment, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the beauty and richness of life and a greater capacity for joy, gratitude, and connection. One key strategy for cultivating mindfulness is to develop a regular meditation or mindfulness practice. This might involve setting aside a few minutes each day to sit quietly and focus on the breath, or simply bringing a greater sense of awareness and presence to everyday activities like eating, walking, or conversations with others. Another important aspect of living in the present is learning to reframe our relationship with the past and future. While it's important to learn from our past experiences and plan for the future, we can do so in a way that is grounded in the present moment and aligned with our values and goals. For example, instead of dwelling on past mistakes or failures, we can choose to focus on the lessons and growth opportunities they provided and use them as a springboard for positive change in the present. Similarly, instead of worrying about future uncertainties, we can choose to focus on the actions and choices we can make in the present to create the future we desire. Ultimately, embracing the present moment is about cultivating a sense of trust and surrender, recognizing that life is always unfolding in ways that are beyond our control, but that we always have the power to choose our response and attitude in each moment. By practicing mindfulness and present moment awareness, we open ourselves up to the fullness and richness of life and develop a greater capacity for resilience, adaptability, and growth in the face of change and uncertainty. 18. Neglecting self-care and personal boundaries. In the pursuit of personal and professional success, it's easy to fall into the trap of neglecting our own self-care and personal boundaries. We may push ourselves to work longer hours, take on more responsibilities, or say yes to every request or invitation, all in the name of achievement and progress. However, over time, this constant striving and self-neglect can take a serious toll on our physical, mental, and emotional well-being, leading to burnout, stress, and even illness. To cultivate sustainable personal growth and success, it's essential to prioritize self-care and establish healthy personal boundaries. This means taking intentional time and space for activities that recharge and nourish us, such as exercise, hobbies, social connection, and rest. It also means learning to say no to requests or commitments that don't align with our values, goals, or capacity, and setting clear limits around our time, energy, and resources. One key strategy for prioritizing self-care is to schedule it into our daily or weekly routines, just as we would any other important meeting or appointment. This might involve blocking out time for a morning yoga practice, an evening walk in nature, or a weekly coffee date with a close friend. By treating self-care as a non-negotiable priority, we send a clear message to ourselves and others that our well-being matters and deserves attention and investment. Another important aspect of self-care is learning to listen to and honor our own needs and desires, even when they may conflict with the expectations or demands of others. This might involve setting boundaries around our work hours, declining social invitations that don't feel fulfilling, or communicating our needs and preferences clearly and assertively in relationships. For example, if we find ourselves consistently working late nights or weekends to meet deadlines or impress a boss, we might have a conversation with our supervisor about our workload and schedule and propose alternative solutions that allow for better work-life balance. Or, if we find ourselves frequently saying yes to social commitments out of a sense of obligation or fear of disappointing others, We might practice saying no more often and focus on cultivating relationships and activities that truly nourish and inspire us. Ultimately, prioritizing self-care and personal boundaries is about recognizing that our own well-being is the foundation for all other aspects of our lives, and that we cannot truly thrive or contribute to the world if we're running on empty. By making intentional choices to nourish and protect our physical, mental, and emotional health, we create a solid foundation for lasting personal growth, fulfillment, and success. 19. The pursuit of perfection. The pursuit of perfection is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and well-being. When we set unrealistic standards for ourselves or others, we create a constant sense of pressure and inadequacy that can lead to anxiety, procrastination, and even depression. We may become so focused on achieving a narrow ideal of success or beauty that we lose sight of the deeper values and experiences that give life meaning and joy. However, the truth is that perfection is an illusion, and that the beauty and growth of life often lie in the imperfections and challenges we face along the way. When we learn to embrace our own humanness and the messiness of the journey, we open ourselves up to a greater sense of self-acceptance, resilience, and creativity. One key strategy for overcoming perfectionism is to reframe our relationship with mistakes and failures. Instead of seeing them as evidence of our inadequacy or unworthiness, we can choose to view them as valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and innovation. We can cultivate a growth mindset that values effort, experimentation, and feedback, rather than a fixed mindset that sees our abilities and outcomes as predetermined or immutable. For example, if we receive critical feedback on a project or performance, instead of becoming defensive or discouraged, we can choose to approach the feedback with curiosity and openness, asking ourselves what we can learn from the experience and how we can use it to improve and evolve. Or if we encounter a setback or failure in pursuit of a goal, we can choose to reframe it as a temporary obstacle or redirection rather than a permanent defeat, and look for ways to adapt and persevere. Another important aspect of embracing imperfection is learning to celebrate the journey and process of growth, rather than just the end result or achievement. This means taking time to acknowledge and appreciate the small wins, insights, and joys along the way, and cultivating a sense of gratitude and presence in each moment. For example, if we are working towards a long-term fitness goal, instead of becoming fixated on the final outcome or number on the scale, we can choose to focus on the daily practices and experiences that make us feel strong, healthy, and alive, such as the endorphin rush after a great workout, the satisfaction of fueling our bodies with nourishing foods, or the camaraderie of a supportive fitness community. Ultimately, embracing imperfection is about recognizing that true growth and fulfillment come from the willingness to show up fully and authentically in each moment, with all of our flaws, struggles, and possibilities. By letting go of the impossible pursuit of perfection, we create space for a more rich, dynamic, and meaningful experience of life and self. 20. Fear of change and the unknown. Change and uncertainty are inevitable parts of life, but for many of us, they can also be sources of great fear and anxiety. We may cling to familiar routines, relationships, or beliefs, even when they no longer serve us, out of a desire for stability and control. We may avoid taking risks or trying new things out of a fear of failure, rejection, or the unknown. However, the truth is that change and uncertainty are also the very conditions that enable growth, creativity, and transformation. When we learn to embrace the discomfort and possibility of the unknown, we open ourselves up to new experiences, perspectives, and opportunities that can enrich and expand our lives in ways we never could have imagined. One key strategy for overcoming fear of change is to cultivate a mindset of curiosity and exploration. Instead of seeing change as a threat or disruption, we can choose to approach it with a sense of openness and wonder, asking ourselves what we can learn and discover from the experience. We can practice reframing uncertainty as an invitation to grow and evolve, rather than a reason to retreat or resist. For example, if we are considering a career change or relocation, instead of becoming paralyzed by the potential risks and unknowns, we can choose to focus on the potential benefits and opportunities, such as the chance to develop new skills, meet new people, or explore new places and cultures. We can do research, seek out mentors or advisors, and take small, calculated steps to test the waters and build our confidence and resilience. Another important aspect of embracing change is learning to trust in our own abilities and resources to adapt and thrive in new situations. This means cultivating a sense of self-efficacy and self-compassion, recognizing that we have the strength, wisdom, and creativity to navigate challenges and setbacks, and that failure or struggle are not reflections of our worth or potential. For example, if we are facing a major life transition, such as a divorce, illness, or job loss, instead of becoming overwhelmed by fear and self-doubt, we can choose to focus on our inner resources and support systems, such as our resilience, adaptability, and relationships with loved ones. We can seek out counseling, coaching, or other forms of guidance and support, and take proactive steps to care for our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Ultimately, embracing change and the unknown is about cultivating a sense of trust and faith in the unfolding of life, recognizing that even the most difficult and uncertain times can be opportunities for growth, healing, and transformation. By learning to lean into the discomfort and possibility of change, we develop the courage, flexibility, and wisdom to navigate the ever-changing landscape of our lives with grace, purpose, and joy. In this video, we explored 20 suggestions for things to eliminate from your life to enable personal growth and well-being. These suggestions include maintaining discretion, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change. True growth often requires letting go of things that no longer serve us, such as unhealthy habits, toxic relationships, limiting beliefs, or outdated ways of being. By creating space, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and experiences. Personal growth is a lifelong journey of self-discovery and evolution, requiring patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and change. The goal is not perfection, but cultivating authenticity, purpose, and connection in each moment. As we embark on this journey, remember that we're not alone. Resources, support, and inspiration are available through therapy, coaching, spiritual practice, creative expression, and the guidance of trusted friends and mentors. Let us begin this journey with excitement, knowing that by eliminating what holds us back, we create space for a life of greater meaning and joy. Embrace the present moment and trust in your unique path of growth and transformation. Remember, you always have the power to choose love, curiosity, and self-compassion, creating a life that reflects your deepest desires and values. Never beg for love and have everything naturally with Stoic wisdom. Have you ever felt like you're chasing love, only to end up feeling lost and unfulfilled? Imagine if, instead of seeking validation from others, You became the star of your own emotional solar system, effortlessly attracting genuine connections. Not begging for affection transforms you into a beacon of confidence and self-assurance, naturally drawing admirers into your orbit. In this video, we will delve into the mysteries of love through the lens of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By embracing Stoic principles, you can transform your quest for meaningful connections into a graceful dance of trust, self-esteem, and self-awareness. We'll explore how each choice we make shapes our path, and how, just like stars, we too can evolve towards our brightest selves, attracting and maintaining authentic relationships. Stay with us as we unravel these insights, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and watch till the end for all the valuable content. Number 1. The nature of genuine love. Genuine love is a commitment, a conscious choice to nurture and grow with another person. It is not something that simply blossoms out of nowhere. Rather, it is more like a garden that you need to cultivate carefully. This garden requires constant work, unwavering dedication, patience, time, and above all, trust. True love demands that you be your authentic self, embracing your strengths and acknowledging your flaws. It is about understanding and appreciating the character and value of the other person, admiring not just who they are today, but also who they are becoming. This form of love aligns perfectly with Stoic principles, where self-awareness and inner strength play pivotal roles. Imagine a garden where each plant represents a facet of your relationship. Some plants require daily watering and sunlight, while others thrive with minimal intervention. Similarly, love needs consistent effort, honest communication, and shared experiences to grow. Neglecting any part of this garden results in withering, just as neglect in a relationship leads to disconnection and dissatisfaction. The work is continuous, but the rewards are immense. A thriving, beautiful garden that stands as a testament to your dedication. True love also involves embracing imperfections. We are all flawed beings, and genuine love sees beyond these flaws, focusing instead on growth and potential. This perspective echoes Stoic teachings on self-improvement and resilience. By acknowledging our imperfections and striving to improve, we foster a relationship environment that encourages mutual growth and understanding. In this journey, patience is your ally, and honesty is your guide. Patience allows you to weather the storms of misunderstanding and conflict, while honesty ensures that your relationship remains grounded in reality. As you invest in your personal growth, you simultaneously nurture the relationship, allowing it to flourish naturally. This mutual development leads to a deeper connection, fostering a bond that withstands the test of time and adversity. Genuine love, much like a well-tended garden, requires effort, but offers profound beauty and fulfillment in return. In this steadfast commitment lies the essence of true love, unwavering, nurturing, and ever-growing. Number 2, understanding love through Stoicism. Stoicism, though not specifically focused on romantic relationships, offers profound insights that can guide us in our quest for meaningful connections. By using Stoic principles, we learn to approach relationships with logic rather than sentimentality. This perspective helps us recognize and interpret patterns shaping our choice of a life partner, making us better prepared to achieve our life goals. Love, from a Stoic viewpoint, is not a spontaneous or purely emotional phenomenon. Instead, it is a conscious decision to build a life with someone who harmonizes with us at a fundamental level. To apply this wisdom, we must demystify the concept of love at first sight. a romanticized idea often linked to physical attraction and elusive chemistry. True love, as Stoics understand, is cultivated with care and intention. Much like a well-tended garden, it is grounded in reality, not fantasy. This grounded approach allows us to see our partners clearly, appreciating their strengths and understanding their flaws, while fostering a connection based on mutual respect and shared values. This realistic perspective helps in forming relationships that are both resilient and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. In relationships, this means recognizing that while we cannot control our partner's actions or feelings, we can control our responses and efforts. This focus on personal responsibility encourages a balanced, equitable partnership where both individuals contribute to the relationship's success. By acknowledging the impermanence of emotions and the importance of rational decision-making, Stoics provide a framework for building lasting, meaningful connections. By embracing Stoic principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. This approach leads to deeper, more fulfilling connections that enhance our personal growth and happiness. Love, seen through the lens of Stoicism, becomes a deliberate and enriching part of our lives, helping us achieve harmony and purpose in our most important relationships. Number 3, key components of true love. True love is an intricate dance of mutual respect, commitment, and appreciation. It goes beyond mere physical attraction or fleeting emotions. It is about seeing and valuing the essence of the other person, respecting their journey, and supporting their growth. This kind of love requires you to admire and appreciate not only who your partner is today, but also who they aspire to become. In Stoic philosophy, love is a reflection of virtue, where the relationship is built on the pillars of honesty, integrity, and shared values. In true love, the connection between partners is rooted in mutual respect and a deep understanding of each other's character. This connection is not swayed by superficial qualities, but is built on a solid foundation of shared principles and life goals. By focusing on inner beauty and character, we create a lasting bond that endures the challenges of time. True love, in its purest form, is about a deep connection that remains solid and vibrant despite the passing years. It is a partnership where both individuals grow together, supporting and uplifting each other, leading to a life of shared happiness and fulfillment. It's essential to differentiate true love from obsession or simple physical attraction, as these can lead to toxic and problematic relationships. Obsession often stems from insecurity and a desire to possess, while true love is about freedom and mutual respect. In true love, there is no room for control or manipulation. Instead, it thrives on trust and open communication. By embracing these principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. In a world often obsessed with external appearances, it's crucial to remember that true love looks beyond the surface. It values the essence of a person, their virtues, and their potential. This Stoic approach to love ensures that our relationships are grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 4, practicing reciprocity. Reciprocity is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. It involves a mutual exchange of respect, care, and appreciation. In Stoic terms, reciprocity is about returning the good we receive from others, acting justly and generously. It is an essential virtue for living harmoniously in society and is equally vital in romantic relationships. By practicing reciprocity, we express our gratitude and recognition for the other person, thereby strengthening the bonds that hold us together. In a romantic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. It is about giving as much as you receive, fostering a sense of equality and mutual support. This practice promotes harmony and cooperation, ensuring that both partners feel valued and respected. In a Stoic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. Reciprocity is not just about grand gestures. It is found in everyday acts of kindness and consideration. It involves listening attentively, offering support during tough times, and celebrating each other's successes. This approach not only strengthens the relationship, but also contributes to personal growth and self-awareness. By embracing reciprocity, we cultivate a partnership that is built on trust, respect, and a shared commitment to each other's happiness and fulfillment. When both partners practice reciprocity, the relationship flourishes. Each act of kindness and support reinforces the bond, creating a positive cycle of giving and receiving. This mutual exchange nurtures the relationship, making it more resilient to challenges and enriching both partners' lives. Reciprocity, therefore, is a fundamental component of true love, ensuring that both individuals feel valued and appreciated. Number 5, managing relationship challenges. Relationships are not without their challenges, and managing them requires wisdom and resilience. It is crucial to preserve your self-respect and recognize when it is time to move on. If a relationship consistently brings pain and the other person is unwilling to change despite honest communication, it may be time to let go. Remember, your well-being and happiness are paramount. Time has a wonderful ability to heal even the deepest wounds, and while scars may remain, the damage is not eternal. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This principle is invaluable in navigating the end of a relationship. It encourages us to hold our heads high, learn from the experience, and continue our journey with greater wisdom. You have the power to decide how to react to a breakup, choosing to move forward with dignity and strength. Embrace the lessons learned and allow yourself to grow from them, knowing that each ending brings the potential for a new beginning. Facing relationship challenges with a Stoic mindset means accepting that pain and difficulty are part of life. These experiences are opportunities for growth and self-discovery. By maintaining our composure and focusing on our personal development, we can navigate these challenges with grace and resilience. This approach helps us emerge stronger and more self-aware, ready to embrace future relationships with a renewed sense of purpose and understanding. It is essential to communicate openly and honestly with your partner when facing difficulties. By addressing issues directly and constructively, you create an environment where problems can be resolved and the relationship can grow stronger. If, despite your best efforts, the relationship cannot be salvaged, remember that ending it may be the healthiest choice for both parties. This decision should be made with compassion and respect, allowing both individuals to move forward positively. Number 6, choosing a life partner. Choosing a life partner is one of the most significant decisions you will make. It is essential to look beyond physical appearance and seek a deeper connection based on shared values and mutual respect. Physical beauty is fleeting, but the qualities that matter, intelligence, integrity, and the ability to be a true companion, endure over time. A Stoic approach to choosing a partner involves focusing on inner beauty and character, qualities that will support a lasting and healthy relationship. Seek someone who can become your best friend, your trusted advisor, and your solid support in times of adversity. This connection should be one that remains vibrant despite the passing years, rooted in mutual understanding and respect. Avoid the obsession with finding the physically perfect person, and instead channel your energy into finding a partner who stands out for their character and the potential to grow with you. This approach will lead to a fulfilling and enduring partnership where both individuals support and uplift each other, creating a life of shared happiness and growth. In choosing a life partner, it is vital to consider their values and how they align with your own. Shared values create a strong foundation for a relationship, ensuring that both partners are moving in the same direction and supporting each other's goals. This alignment fosters a sense of unity and purpose, making it easier to navigate life's challenges together. Additionally, look for a partner who embodies the virtues you admire. These virtues might include kindness, honesty, humility, and perseverance. By surrounding yourself with someone who reflects these qualities, you create an environment that encourages your own growth and development. This mutual influence leads to a more fulfilling and enriching relationship. Ultimately, the goal is to find a partner with whom you can build a life based on mutual respect, shared values, and a commitment to personal and collective growth. This Stoic approach to choosing a life partner ensures that your relationship is grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 7. Examples of Stoic relationships. Marcus Aurelius and his wife Faustina exemplify a Stoic relationship built on mutual respect, support, and shared values. Their partnership was a testament to the principles of Stoicism, where love is a conscious commitment to nurture and grow together. Despite the pressures of ruling an empire and facing personal losses, Marcus Aurelius found solace and strength in his relationship with Faustina. They practiced temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom, the cardinal virtues of Stoicism, not only in their governance, but also in their personal lives. Their relationship was not without challenges and rumors, but Marcus Aurelius defended their bond with unwavering faith and loyalty. This steadfastness is a reflection of Stoic moral courage and the value of true love. By choosing a partner based on character and integrity, and by supporting each other through adversity, they created a relationship that was both powerful and enduring. Their example teaches us that true love, from a Stoic perspective, is a choice rooted in virtue and mutual respect, leading to a life of shared growth and fulfillment. In the journey of love, embracing Stoic principles can transform your relationships into sources of strength and personal growth. By being true to yourself, practicing reciprocity, and choosing partners based on character and shared values, you lay the foundation for a fulfilling and enduring connection. Remember, your well-being and happiness are deeply intertwined with the relationships you cultivate. As you apply these insights, you'll find that love becomes a beacon of stability and wisdom in your life. If you've found this exploration of Stoic love insightful, I invite you to join our community of wisdom seekers. Like this video to show your support, subscribe to our channel for more content on cultivating wisdom and happiness, and share your own experiences in the comments below. Your journey towards a brighter, more fulfilling life begins with a single step. Stay strong, stay focused, and continue to grow with us. See you in the next video. What if the secret to resolving conflicts lay not in the strength of your arguments, but in the calm of your mind? Imagine transforming heated disagreements into opportunities for growth and understanding simply by adopting ancient wisdom. Stoic philosophy, with its profound insights into human behavior and emotional resilience, offers timeless strategies for navigating conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Conflicts are an inevitable part of life, arising in personal relationships, professional settings, and even within ourselves. How we handle these disagreements can significantly impact our well-being and the quality of our relationships. Instead of succumbing to anger or frustration, what if you could approach conflicts with the steady composure of a Stoic, turning potential discord into harmonious resolution? In this guide, we will explore Stoic-inspired strategies to help you navigate conflicts wisely. From using humor to ease tensions to practicing gratitude and setting boundaries, these approaches will empower you to manage disputes with a clear and balanced mindset. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and discover how to transform conflicts into opportunities for deeper understanding and personal growth. Number 1, use humor wisely. Humor, when used wisely, can be a powerful tool in conflict resolution. It has the potential to lighten the mood, ease tensions, and foster a sense of openness. In the midst of a heated argument, a well-timed joke or a light-hearted comment can act as a pressure valve, releasing the built-up stress and allowing both parties to step back from the brink of escalation. However, the key lies in the appropriateness of the humor. It must be relevant to the situation and sensitive to the emotions involved. Humor that belittles or mocks the other person can worsen the conflict, undermining the trust and respect necessary for a resolution. Instead, aim for humor that builds bridges. Self-deprecating humor, for instance, can show humility and willingness to acknowledge your own flaws, which can encourage the other party to do the same. Stoic wisdom teaches us the value of perspective and emotional resilience. By introducing humor into a conflict, we can shift our perspective from one of confrontation to one of collaboration. This shift can reveal the absurdity of our anger and help us recognize the humanity in our opponent. It reminds us that conflicts are often temporary and that maintaining a sense of humor is vital for our mental well-being. Moreover, humor can serve as a reminder of shared experiences and values, reinforcing the bond between the conflicting parties. It can transform an adversarial interaction into a more amicable one, paving the way for productive dialogue and mutual understanding. By easing the atmosphere, humor allows both sides to lower their defenses and engage more openly and honestly. In essence, wise use of humor is not about trivializing the conflict, but about creating an environment where constructive conversation can flourish. It aligns with the Stoic principle of maintaining control over our emotions and responses, enabling us to navigate conflicts with grace and composure. Thus, let humor be the gentle nudge that brings light into the darkness of discord, guiding both parties towards a resolution. Number 2, seek external aid. When conflicts become too entrenched or emotionally charged to handle alone, seeking external aid can be a prudent strategy. Mediators and counselors serve as neutral third parties who can facilitate more constructive discussions, ensuring that each side is heard and understood. Their impartial perspective can help clarify misunderstandings and guide the conflict toward resolution. Stoic philosophy values wisdom and self-awareness, recognizing that sometimes the best course of action is to seek help. Engaging a mediator is not a sign of weakness, but of strength and wisdom. It demonstrates a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively rather than letting it fester or escalate. A mediator can provide the tools and frameworks necessary for effective communication, helping both parties articulate their needs and concerns without resorting to aggression or defensiveness. Counselors, with their expertise in human behavior and psychology, can also offer valuable insights. They can help individuals understand the underlying emotional triggers and patterns that contribute to the conflict. By addressing these deeper issues, counselors can facilitate a more profound and lasting resolution. Their guidance can help both parties develop better coping strategies and communication skills, reducing the likelihood of future conflicts. The Stoic approach to conflict emphasizes the importance of reason and self-control. Seeking external aid aligns with this philosophy by promoting a reasoned and measured approach to conflict resolution. It encourages individuals to step back from their emotions and consider the situation from a broader perspective. This detachment can lead to more thoughtful and effective solutions, fostering mutual respect and understanding. In conclusion, seeking external aid in the form of mediators or counselors can transform the conflict resolution process. It embodies the Stoic principles of wisdom, self-awareness, and rationality, enabling individuals to navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. By recognizing the value of external support, we can approach conflicts with a more open mind and a greater willingness to find common ground. Number 3, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that can transform our approach to conflicts. By shifting our focus from what we lack or what is troubling us to what we have and appreciate, we can change our perspective and reduce negative emotions. In the midst of a conflict, it may seem counterintuitive to practice gratitude, but this is precisely when it can be most impactful. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, often wrote about the importance of gratitude in maintaining a tranquil mind. By reflecting on the positive aspects of the situation or the person you're in conflict with, you can soften your stance and reduce the emotional charge of the disagreement. This shift in perspective can help you approach the conflict with a more balanced and composed mindset. Gratitude helps to remind us of the humanity in our opponent. It encourages us to see beyond the immediate conflict and recognize the shared experiences and values that connect us. This recognition can foster empathy and understanding, creating a foundation for more constructive dialogue. It also helps to mitigate the sense of animosity that can fuel conflicts, allowing for a more open and respectful exchange of ideas. Moreover, gratitude can serve as a grounding force, helping you stay centered and calm. When you focus on what you appreciate, you're less likely to be swayed by anger or frustration. This emotional steadiness aligns with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's reactions and responses. By keeping your emotions in check, you can navigate the conflict more effectively and make decisions that are in line with your values and long-term goals. In essence, practicing gratitude during conflicts can transform the way you engage with the situation. It enables you to maintain a clear and steady mind, approach the conflict with empathy and understanding, and ultimately find a resolution that respects both your needs and those of the other party. This practice is not just about finding peace in the moment, but about fostering a mindset that can handle future conflicts with wisdom and grace. Number 4, seek the shared path. Finding common ground is essential in resolving conflicts. By identifying shared values, goals, or interests, you can build a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic philosophy of focusing on what is within our control and seeking harmony in our interactions with others. In the heat of a conflict, it is easy to become fixated on differences and opposing viewpoints. However, taking the time to seek out areas of agreement can shift the dynamic from adversarial to collaborative. This common ground serves as a starting point for dialogue and negotiation, fostering a sense of partnership rather than opposition. Shared values and goals can act as a bridge, connecting the conflicting parties on a deeper level. These connections remind us that despite our disagreements, we are often working towards similar outcomes. By focusing on these shared aspects, we can create a more positive and productive atmosphere for resolving the conflict. This approach also encourages empathy and understanding. When you seek the shared path, you are actively listening and valuing the perspective of the other party. This effort can break down barriers and build trust, making it easier to find mutually acceptable solutions. Stoic philosophy teaches the importance of community and cooperation. By seeking common ground, you are embodying these principles, striving to maintain harmony and goodwill. This method not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and understanding. Ultimately, seeking the shared path is about shifting the focus from what divides us to what unites us. It requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen. But by doing so, you can transform conflicts into opportunities for connection and growth, embodying the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, and justice. Number 5, control your reactions. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is the emphasis on controlling our reactions rather than trying to control external events. This principle is particularly relevant in the context of conflict resolution. By focusing on managing your own responses, you can navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. When faced with a conflict, it is natural to feel a surge of emotions. Anger, frustration, and hurt can cloud our judgment and lead to impulsive reactions. However, Stoic philosophy teaches us to pause and reflect before responding. This pause allows us to assess the situation more objectively and choose a response that aligns with our values and long-term goals. By maintaining control over our emotions, we can prevent the escalation of conflicts. A calm and measured response can diffuse tension and create a more constructive environment for dialogue. It also sets a positive example for the other party, encouraging them to respond in kind. This approach requires self-awareness and discipline. It involves recognizing our emotional triggers and developing strategies to manage them. Techniques such as deep breathing, mindfulness, and reflective thinking can help us stay centered and composed. Moreover, controlling our reactions allows us to focus on what truly matters. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in, and by managing our responses, we can discern which issues require our attention and which do not. This discernment helps us conserve our energy for significant matters, aligning with the Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control. In summary, controlling your reactions is a powerful strategy for conflict resolution. It aligns with the Stoic virtues of wisdom and self-control, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. By managing your responses, you can create a more positive and productive environment for resolving disputes, fostering mutual respect and understanding. Number 6, engage in premeditation. The Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, involves mentally preparing for potential challenges. This technique can be particularly useful in conflict resolution. By envisioning possible conflicts and planning your responses, you can reduce the impact of surprise and emotional reactivity, approaching conflicts with a clear and steady mind. Premeditation allows you to anticipate challenges and consider how you will handle them. This foresight can prevent you from being caught off guard and reacting impulsively. Instead, you can respond thoughtfully and strategically, maintaining control over your emotions and actions. This practice also helps to build emotional resilience. By mentally rehearsing potential conflicts, you can become more comfortable with the idea of disagreement and less likely to be overwhelmed by it. This resilience aligns with the Stoic emphasis on preparing for adversity and maintaining composure in the face of challenges. Moreover, premeditation encourages proactive problem solving. By thinking ahead, you can identify potential solutions and strategies for resolving conflicts before they arise. This proactive approach can lead to more effective and efficient conflict resolution, reducing the duration and intensity of disagreements. In essence, engaging in premeditation is about being prepared. It reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and foresight, enabling you to navigate conflicts with greater confidence and clarity. By anticipating challenges and planning your responses, you can maintain control over your emotions and actions, fostering a more constructive and productive approach to conflict resolution. Number 7, speak with calm and clarity. Effective communication is crucial in resolving conflicts. Speaking with calm and clarity allows you to express your concerns without aggression, fostering a more productive dialogue. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of reason and self-control, helping you navigate conflicts with wisdom and grace. When communicating during a conflict, it is important to stay calm. A composed demeanor can prevent the escalation of tensions and create a more positive environment for discussion. This calmness also allows you to think more clearly and articulate your thoughts more effectively. Clarity is equally important. Clear and concise communication can prevent misunderstandings and ensure that your message is understood. It involves stating your concerns and needs directly, without ambiguity or exaggeration. This directness can help to avoid misinterpretations and focus the conversation on the core issues. Listening is a critical component of calm and clear communication. By actively listening to the other party, you demonstrate respect and understanding. This effort can build trust and encourage them to listen to you in return. It also provides valuable insights into their perspective, helping you to identify common ground and potential solutions. The Stoic emphasis on reason and self-control is reflected in this approach to communication. By maintaining a calm and clear demeanor, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more constructive dialogue. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term understanding and cooperation. Number 8, choose your battles wisely. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in. The Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control encourages us to choose our battles wisely, directing our energy towards significant matters and letting go of trivial disputes. In the heat of the moment, it can be tempting to engage in every disagreement. However, this approach can be exhausting and counterproductive. By assessing the importance of each conflict, you can determine which issues truly warrant your attention and which do not. This discernment helps you conserve your energy for matters that have a meaningful impact on your life and well-being. Choosing your battles wisely also involves recognizing when to compromise and when to stand firm. It requires a balance between assertiveness and flexibility, allowing you to protect your interests without escalating conflicts unnecessarily. This balance reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and moderation, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Moreover, letting go of trivial disputes can foster a more positive and harmonious environment. It allows you to focus on building and maintaining strong relationships rather than getting bogged down in petty disagreements. This focus on harmony aligns with the Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. In summary, choosing your battles wisely is a strategic approach to conflict resolution. It reflects the Stoic principles of wisdom, moderation, and focus, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively and conserve your energy for what truly matters. By letting go of trivial disputes, you can foster a more positive and harmonious environment, promoting long-term peace and cooperation. Number 9, forgive. Forgiveness is a powerful tool in conflict resolution. Letting go of past grievances allows you to move forward with clarity and peace of mind, fostering a more positive and constructive relationship with the other party. This practice aligns with the Stoic emphasis on emotional resilience and maintaining a tranquil mind. Holding on to resentment can cloud your judgment and hinder your ability to resolve conflicts effectively. It keeps you anchored to past hurts, preventing you from seeing the situation clearly and objectively. By forgiving, you free yourself from this emotional burden, allowing you to approach the conflict with a more open and balanced mindset. Forgiveness does not mean condoning the actions of the other party. Rather, it involves letting go of the negative emotions associated with the conflict, creating space for healing and reconciliation. This emotional release can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, paving the way for resolution and understanding. The Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what is within our control, and forgiveness is a powerful example of this principle. You cannot change the past or the actions of others, but you can control your response to them. By choosing to forgive, you take control of your emotions and actions, aligning them with your values and long-term goals. In essence, forgiveness is about finding peace within yourself. It allows you to move forward with clarity and composure, fostering a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution. By letting go of past grievances, you can create a foundation for healing and reconciliation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 10, offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of effective conflict resolution. By showing understanding and validating the feelings of your opponent, you can create a connection that fosters mutual respect and cooperation. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and compassion, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Empathy involves putting yourself in the other person's shoes and seeing the situation from their perspective. This effort can reveal the underlying emotions and motivations driving their behavior, helping you understand their actions and responses. This understanding can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. By validating the feelings of the other party, you demonstrate respect and recognition. This validation does not mean agreeing with their perspective, but rather acknowledging their right to feel as they do. This recognition can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to listen to your perspective in return. Empathy also involves active listening. By truly listening to the other party, you show that you value their input and are willing to understand their point of view. This effort can break down barriers and build a foundation for more effective communication and problem solving. The Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By offering empathy, you can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 11, understand your adversary. Understanding your adversary is crucial in resolving conflicts. By looking beyond the surface of the conflict to understand the deeper motivations and fears of your opponent, you can gain valuable insights that facilitate resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from misunderstandings and unaddressed emotional needs. By taking the time to understand the underlying factors driving the behavior of your adversary, you can identify common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Understanding your adversary involves active listening and empathy. It requires you to set aside your own perspective temporarily and focus on theirs. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your adversary. It reminds you that they are not just an opponent, but a person with their own experiences, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By understanding your adversary, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 12, embrace compromise. Compromise is essential in resolving conflicts. By being flexible and willing to find solutions that address both parties' needs, you can create a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and moderation, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Compromise involves finding a middle ground where both parties can meet their needs and achieve their goals. It requires flexibility and a willingness to let go of rigid positions in favor of more balanced and mutually acceptable solutions. This flexibility reflects the Stoic emphasis on moderation and balance, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively. By embracing compromise, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively, rather than winning at all costs. This commitment can build trust and cooperation, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and seek common ground. Compromise also involves recognizing the value of the relationship. It prioritizes long-term harmony and cooperation over short-term victories. This recognition can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and moderation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By embracing compromise, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term harmony and cooperation. Number 13, appeal to their inner values. Understanding and respecting the values of your opponent is crucial in finding mutually agreeable solutions. By appealing to their inner values, you can create a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from clashes in values and priorities. By taking the time to understand the core values driving the behavior of your opponent, you can identify areas of common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Appealing to the inner values of your opponent involves framing your perspective in a way that aligns with their values. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your opponent. It reminds you that they are not just an adversary, but a person with their own values, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By appealing to the inner values of your opponent, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 14, learn from conflict. Conflicts provide valuable opportunities for self-reflection and personal growth. By using disagreements as learning experiences, you can gain insights into your own behavior and improve your conflict resolution skills. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and self-awareness, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Each conflict reveals something about our own strengths and weaknesses. By reflecting on the conflict and analyzing your actions and reactions, you can identify areas for improvement and develop better coping strategies. This reflection fosters personal growth and resilience, enabling you to handle future conflicts more effectively. Learning from conflict also involves recognizing the impact of your behavior on others. By understanding how your actions contribute to the conflict, you can make more informed and thoughtful decisions in the future. This understanding promotes empathy and self-awareness, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on self-improvement and wisdom. Moreover, learning from conflict encourages a growth mindset. It shifts the focus from winning or losing to learning and growing. This mindset fosters a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and self-awareness is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By learning from conflict, you can navigate disagreements more effectively and foster personal growth and resilience. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens your overall ability to handle future conflicts, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 15, set boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential in protecting your well-being and maintaining healthy relationships. By clearly defining and communicating your limits, you can prevent conflicts from escalating and ensure that your needs are respected. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of self-control and self-respect, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Boundaries serve as guidelines for acceptable behavior, helping to create a sense of safety and respect in relationships. By establishing and enforcing boundaries, you can prevent misunderstandings and reduce the potential for conflict. This clarity fosters a more positive and constructive environment for dialogue and negotiation. Setting boundaries also involves recognizing and respecting your own needs and limits. It requires self-awareness and self-respect, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's emotions and actions. By honoring your boundaries, you demonstrate a commitment to your well-being and values. Communicating your boundaries effectively is crucial. This communication involves being clear and direct about your limits, without aggression or defensiveness. It also involves listening to and respecting the boundaries of others, fostering mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on self-control and self-respect is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By setting clear boundaries, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and respectful environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also promotes long-term harmony and well-being in your relationships. In a world where conflicts are inevitable, embracing the wisdom of Stoic philosophy can transform how we approach and resolve disagreements. By using humor wisely, seeking external aid, practicing gratitude, and finding common ground, we can navigate conflicts with a calm and balanced mindset. Controlling our reactions, engaging in premeditation, and communicating with clarity further empower us to handle disputes with grace and effectiveness. The Stoic virtues of wisdom, empathy and self-control provide a powerful framework for conflict resolution. By forgiving past grievances, offering empathy, understanding our adversaries, and embracing compromise, we foster mutual respect and cooperation. Setting boundaries and learning from conflicts ensure that we protect our well-being and grow from each experience. Ultimately, these Stoic strategies not only resolve immediate conflicts, but also strengthen our relationships and personal resilience. By integrating these principles into our daily lives, we can transform challenges into opportunities for growth and harmony, achieving a more peaceful and fulfilling existence. Embrace the timeless wisdom of the Stoics and discover a path to navigating conflicts with wisdom, clarity, and grace. A thought-provoking quote reads, "What surprises me most about humankind is that we get bored of our childhood, rush to grow up, and long to be children again, that we lose our health to make money, and then lose money to restore our health, that by thinking anxiously about the future, we forget the present, such that we live in neither the present nor the future, that we live as if we were never going to die, and die as though we've never lived." This quote encapsulates the contradictions and paradoxes inherent in the human experience. While there is no definitive evidence who originated this quote, its message resonates deeply with many because it underscores common struggles and inconsistencies in our lives. The quote addresses several key themes: nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, avoiding the reality of mortality, and not fully embracing life. The quote illustrates how we often find ourselves torn between the desire for growth and the longing for the simplicity of childhood. It also highlights our tendency to prioritize financial success over well-being, only to later regret this choice. Additionally, it emphasizes how worrying about the future can prevent us from engaging with the present, and how ignoring our mortality affects how we live. By reflecting on these themes, the quote invites us to examine our lives and choices, encouraging us to align our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. It serves as a reminder to maintain a balanced perspective on life's priorities, stay present and embrace our finite existence. Ultimately, it encourages us to live more intentionally, aiming for a sense of fulfillment and purpose. In the following sections, we will explore each theme in greater detail, uncovering insights and lessons about the human condition. This deeper examination aims to help us understand ourselves and our world better, and to find ways to live more authentically and meaningfully. 2. Nostalgia for childhood. A striking paradox in the quote is our tendency to rush through childhood, eager to grow up, only to later long for the simplicity and joy of youth. This sentiment is widely relatable, as many adults look back on their childhood with nostalgia, yearning to recapture its carefree spirit. In modern societies, the rush to adulthood is common, driven by values placed on independence, responsibility, and achievement. Children and adolescents often feel pressured to grow up quickly, taking on adult roles and responsibilities and leaving behind the perceived limitations of childhood. Adulthood is seen as a time of greater freedom and opportunity, enticing the young to embrace its challenges and rewards. However, adulthood often reveals itself to be more complex and demanding than anticipated. Many adults feel burdened by work, family, and financial responsibilities, experiencing a sense of loss or disconnection from childhood's simple joys. This longing for the freedom, creativity, and wonder of youth reflects a deep nostalgia for a time when life seemed less complicated and more full of possibilities. This paradox emphasizes the importance of cherishing childhood qualities throughout our lives. While personal growth and development are necessary, we should not lose touch with the playfulness, curiosity, and openness of childhood. By maintaining these qualities, we can infuse our adult lives with joy, creativity, and resilience, balancing responsibilities with simple pleasures and wonders. Nostalgia for childhood, as expressed in the quote, reminds us to nurture a childlike spirit. It encourages us to embrace the present, find joy in simple things, and approach life with curiosity and wonder. By doing so, we create a balanced and fulfilling existence, honoring adulthood's wisdom while cherishing childhood's magic and possibility. 3. Prioritizing wealth over health. Another significant theme in the quote is the tendency for individuals to prioritize wealth and financial success over their physical and mental well-being. The passage suggests that we often lose our health to make money, only to later find ourselves forced to lose money to restore our health. This observation highlights a pervasive and troubling trend in modern society, where the pursuit of material wealth and professional achievement often comes at the expense of personal health and happiness. In today's fast-paced, competitive world, many people feel intense pressure to succeed financially and climb the professional ladder. This pressure can lead individuals to work long hours, take on high levels of stress, and neglect their physical and emotional needs. They may sacrifice sleep, exercise, healthy eating habits, and time with loved ones to devote themselves more fully to their work and financial goals. However, this single-minded focus on wealth and success can ultimately backfire, leading to various health problems that undermine personal well-being and professional effectiveness. Chronic stress, exhaustion, and burnout can severely affect the body and mind, resulting in anxiety, depression, heart disease, and chronic pain. Some individuals may find themselves spending their hard-earned money on medical treatments and interventions to restore the health and vitality they sacrificed in the pursuit of wealth. This ironic cycle underscores the importance of maintaining a balanced and holistic approach to life, prioritizing health and well-being alongside professional and financial success. While striving for achievement and security is natural and important, we must be careful not to lose sight of the fundamental importance of taking care of ourselves and nurturing our physical, emotional, and mental health. Making self-care a priority and seeking a healthy balance between work and rest can reduce our risk of burnout and illness. This balance cultivates the resilience and vitality needed to thrive both personally and professionally. It may involve setting boundaries around work hours, making time for exercise and relaxation, seeking support from friends and family, and learning to manage stress healthily and productively. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true wealth and success are about more than just financial gain or professional achievement. They are about creating a life of meaning, purpose, and fulfillment, one that allows us to thrive both internally and externally. By prioritizing our health and well-being, we can build the foundation for a rich and rewarding existence, enabling us to enjoy the fruits of our labor and live life to the fullest. 4. Failing to live in the present. The quote also addresses the human tendency to become preoccupied with anxious thoughts about the future, causing us to forget the present and live neither in the present nor the future. This highlights a common struggle faced by many in today's fast-paced, uncertain world, where the pressure to plan, prepare, and anticipate future challenges often overshadows the importance of living fully in the present moment. In our efforts to secure a better future for ourselves and our loved ones, we may find ourselves constantly thinking ahead, worrying about potential problems or obstacles and trying to control or predict outcomes that are ultimately beyond our control. This future-oriented mindset can lead to chronic stress, anxiety, and a sense of disconnection from the present moment as we become more focused on what might happen than on what is actually happening around us. The problem with this approach is that it can prevent us from fully engaging with and appreciating the richness and beauty of the present moment. When we are constantly worrying about the future, we may miss out on opportunities for joy, connection, and growth that are available to us right now. We may fail to notice the small pleasures and wonders of daily life, or to give our full attention and presence to the people and experiences that matter most to us. Moreover, living in a state of anxious anticipation can undermine our ability to create a fulfilling future for ourselves. By failing to engage with the present moment, we may miss out on valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and development that could help us build the skills, relationships, and resources needed to thrive in the future. We may also become so paralyzed by fear and uncertainty that we fail to take the necessary risks and actions to pursue our goals and dreams. The solution to this challenge is to cultivate a greater sense of mindfulness and presence in our daily lives. This means learning to notice and appreciate the richness and complexity of the present moment without judgment or distraction. It means developing the ability to observe our thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them, and to respond to challenges and opportunities with clarity, creativity, and compassion. By practicing mindfulness and presence, we can reduce our stress and anxiety and develop a greater sense of resilience and adaptability in the face of change and uncertainty. We can also cultivate deeper and more meaningful connections with others as we learn to listen, communicate, and relate with greater empathy and understanding. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come from living fully and authentically in the present moment, while also working towards a meaningful and purposeful future. By finding a healthy balance between planning and preparation and staying grounded in the here and now, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. 5. Failing to confront mortality. One of the most profound and unsettling observations in the quote is the idea that we often live as if we were never going to die, only to find ourselves dying as though we've never lived. This stark contrast highlights a fundamental paradox of the human experience, rooted in our deep-seated fear and avoidance of death, and our reluctance to confront the finite nature of our existence. In many ways, the human tendency to avoid thinking about death is understandable and even adaptive. The awareness of our mortality can be a source of great anxiety, uncertainty, and existential dread, potentially paralyzing us from living fully and freely in the present moment. By pushing thoughts of death out of our conscious awareness, we may feel more able to focus on daily tasks and challenges, maintaining a sense of normalcy and stability in the face of an unknowable future. However, as the quote suggests, avoiding death can profoundly and negatively affect how we live our lives. When we fail to confront our mortality, we may become complacent, detached, or even reckless in our attitudes and behaviors. We may take our lives and relationships for granted, assuming we will always have more time to pursue our goals, express our feelings, or make amends for our mistakes. We may also become more focused on superficial or materialistic pursuits rather than cultivating deeper sources of meaning, purpose, and connection. Moreover, when we live in denial of our mortality, we may find ourselves woefully unprepared for the inevitable challenges and losses that come with aging, illness, and death. We may struggle to find comfort, support, or meaning in the face of these profound existential crises and feel a deep sense of regret or despair over the choices and priorities that defined our lives. The solution to this challenge is not to become morbidly preoccupied with death, but rather to cultivate a healthy and realistic attitude towards our mortality. This means acknowledging the finite nature of our existence and using this awareness as motivation and inspiration to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the present moment. It means cherishing our relationships, pursuing our passions, and making a positive difference in the world, understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. By confronting our mortality, we can also develop greater empathy, compassion, and understanding for the struggles and suffering of others. We can recognize the universal nature of death and loss, and offer support, comfort, and connection to those grieving or facing the end of life. We can also advocate for greater social and cultural awareness of death and dying and more compassionate and holistic approaches to end-of-life care. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a fulfilling and meaningful life is not to avoid or deny death, but to embrace it as a natural and inevitable part of the human experience. By living with the awareness of our mortality, we can cultivate greater presence, purpose, and compassion in our lives, and create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth. 6. Not truly living. The final theme addressed in the quote is the idea that by failing to confront death and embrace life fully, we may reach the end of our lives only to realize that we have never truly lived. This observation serves as a powerful and poignant reminder of the importance of living authentically, purposefully, and with intention, rather than simply going through the motions or pursuing superficial goals and distractions. When we fail to confront our mortality and grapple with the deeper questions and challenges of existence, we may live a life disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. We might settle for comfort, convenience, or conformity instead of taking risks, pursuing our dreams, or standing up for our beliefs. This often leads to a focus on external markers of success, such as wealth, status, or approval, rather than cultivating inner sources of meaning, fulfillment, and joy. Moreover, when we fail to embrace life fully and engage with the world around us, we may miss out on countless opportunities for growth, connection, and transformation. We might not develop our talents and skills, form deep and meaningful relationships, or make a positive difference in others' lives. Consequently, we may become more isolated, anxious, or depressed, struggling to find purpose or belonging in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. This disconnection often results in regret, emptiness, or despair, especially as we approach the end of our lives. We might look back on our choices and priorities with sadness, frustration, or anger, knowing we squandered precious time and energy on pursuits that brought little joy or fulfillment. We may also feel a deep longing for the life we could have lived had we been more courageous, authentic, and intentional in our choices and actions. The solution to this challenge is to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. This means taking risks, pursuing our passions, and living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations. It involves cultivating meaningful relationships, contributing to our communities, and making a positive difference in the world around us. It also means learning to accept and even embrace life's impermanence and unpredictability, recognizing that each moment is a precious gift and an opportunity for growth and transformation. By living fully and authentically, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. we can develop a sense of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment that sustains us through even the darkest and most challenging times, and allows us to face the end of life with peace, gratitude, and acceptance. Additionally, we can inspire and empower others to live more fully and authentically, creating a ripple effect of positive change and transformation in the world around us. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a well-lived life is not to avoid death or cling to superficial success markers, but rather to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and mysteries. By doing so, we can create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth and inspires others to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in turn. 7. Conclusion. The profound quote offers a compelling and thought-provoking reflection on the paradoxes and challenges of the human experience. Through its exploration of themes such as nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, failing to confront mortality, and not truly living, the quote invites us to examine our own lives and choices, and to consider how we might live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many uncertainties and challenges. Throughout this essay, we've explored each of these themes in depth, highlighting the ways in which they reflect common struggles and experiences faced by many individuals in today's fast-paced, complex world. We have seen how the pressures of adulthood can lead us to feel disconnected from the simple joys and wonders of childhood, how the pursuit of wealth and success can often come at the expense of our physical and mental well-being, and how our preoccupation with the future can prevent us from fully engaging with the present moment. We have also examined the profound and often paralyzing impact of our fear and avoidance of death, and how this can lead us to live in ways that are disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. Furthermore, we have seen how the failure to embrace life fully and authentically can leave us with a sense of regret, emptiness, and despair, particularly as we approach the end of our lives. In light of these challenges, the quote offers us a powerful reminder of the importance of living with greater mindfulness, intentionality, and purpose. It encourages us to cultivate a balanced and holistic approach to life, one that prioritizes our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being alongside our professional and financial goals. It reminds us to stay present and engaged with the world around us, to embrace the richness and complexity of each moment, and to approach life with a sense of curiosity, openness, and wonder. The quote also challenges us to confront our own mortality with honesty, courage, and compassion, and to use this awareness as a source of motivation and inspiration to live more fully and authentically in the present moment. It encourages us to cultivate meaningful relationships, pursue our passions, and make a positive difference in the world, with the understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. Ultimately, the quote serves as a powerful call to action, urging us to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. It reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from avoiding death or pursuing superficial markers of success, but rather from living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations, and from creating a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our own brief time on this earth. By reflecting on the profound insights and lessons contained within this quote, we can gain a greater understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and find the courage and clarity to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many challenges and uncertainties. In doing so, we can create lives that are rich, rewarding, and truly worth living, and can inspire others to do the same. Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, navigating life's challenges with unshakable resilience, and finding peace amidst chaos. What if the secret to such a life lies in the wisdom of a Roman emperor? Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers, left behind timeless advice that has guided individuals through centuries. His insights, carved out of his meditations during the twilight of the Roman Empire, hold the key to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. In the hustle and bustle of our modern world, we often lose sight of the principles that can ground us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom offers a beacon of light, reminding us of what truly matters. Each piece of advice is a gem, crafted to help us live with greater clarity, purpose, and inner peace. Join me as we delve into 12 powerful lessons from Marcus Aurelius, lessons that can transform your life. From embracing adversity to practicing mindfulness, these principles will equip you with the tools to face any challenge and thrive in every aspect of your life. Let's embark on this journey of Stoic wisdom and uncover the profound impact it can have on our daily lives. Number 1, live in accordance with nature. Imagine the tranquility of a river flowing effortlessly through the landscape, or a tree growing steadily towards the sky. This harmony with nature is what Marcus Aurelius urges us to emulate in our own lives. To live in accordance with nature means to accept the natural flow of events, understanding that everything happens for a reason. It is about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and aligning our actions with the greater order of the universe. By resisting this natural order, we invite unnecessary suffering. When we fight against what is, we create turmoil within ourselves. Instead, we should strive to understand our place in the world and work in harmony with it. This doesn't mean passivity, rather it calls for active participation in life with a deep sense of acceptance and purpose. Embrace the events of your life, both good and bad, as necessary parts of your journey. Accepting the ebb and flow of life brings a sense of peace and resilience. It allows you to respond to challenges with grace and to appreciate the beauty of existence in all its forms. By living in accordance with nature, you cultivate inner tranquility and wisdom, navigating life with a steady and calm mind. Number 2, control your perceptions. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. These words from Marcus Aurelius remind us that our perceptions shape our reality. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. To live a Stoic life is to master the art of controlling our perceptions. When faced with adversity, our initial reaction is often emotional and impulsive. We allow our judgments to cloud our vision, leading to unnecessary distress. Instead, we should strive to pause, reflect, and see things as they truly are. This practice helps in maintaining a clear and objective mind, free from the turmoil of unfounded fears and anxieties. Imagine a stormy sea. If you're tossed around by every wave, you will never find peace. But if you learn to navigate through the storm, you will find calm, even amidst chaos. Similarly, by controlling your perceptions, you remain centered regardless of external circumstances. You become the master of your mind, capable of choosing responses that align with wisdom and virtue. Remember, your mind is a powerful tool. Use it to shape a reality that reflects calmness, strength, and resilience. By controlling your perceptions, you reclaim your power and move through life with grace and fortitude. Number 3, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present in the moment. It is about engaging with the here and now without being distracted by the past or the future. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of this practice, urging us to focus on what we are doing and give it our full attention. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts and activities. We often find ourselves multitasking, spreading our attention thin and missing out on the richness of the present moment. Mindfulness calls us back to the simplicity and clarity of focusing on one thing at a time. When you're mindful, you bring a deep sense of awareness to your actions. Whether it's a mundane task or a significant endeavor, you approach it with the same level of attention and care. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also fosters a sense of fulfillment and peace. Consider a craftsman who pours his heart into his creation, fully immersed in the process. His dedication transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. Similarly, by practicing mindfulness, you elevate your daily experiences, finding joy and meaning in each moment. Embrace mindfulness as a way to connect deeply with your life, cultivating a presence that is both serene and powerful. Number 4, accept impermanence. Impermanence is a fundamental truth of life that Marcus Aurelius urges us to accept. Everything in existence, including our own lives, is temporary. This realization can be both sobering and liberating. By accepting impermanence, we reduce our attachment to things and people, and in doing so, we minimize suffering. Imagine holding sand in your hand. The tighter you grasp, the more it slips away. But if you hold it gently, you can appreciate its presence without the fear of losing it. Similarly, by accepting the transient nature of life, you learn to cherish each moment without clinging to it. This acceptance doesn't mean indifference. On the contrary, it deepens your appreciation for the present and the people around you. You become more compassionate, understanding that everyone is on their own unique journey, subject to the same impermanence. You also become more resilient, knowing that challenges and hardships are temporary and will pass. By embracing impermanence, you free yourself from the chains of fear and attachment. You learn to live more fully, appreciating the beauty and fragility of life. This wisdom allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace, finding peace in the ever-changing flow of existence. Number 5, be virtuous. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the cultivation of virtue. Wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the cornerstones of a good life. These virtues are not just moral guidelines, but practical tools for navigating the complexities of existence. Wisdom involves the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. It is about seeking the truth and making informed decisions. Courage is the strength to face adversity and take action, even when it is difficult. Justice is about treating others fairly and with respect, recognizing the inherent value in every person. Temperance is the practice of self-control, balancing desires and impulses to maintain harmony. Living a virtuous life requires constant effort and reflection. It is a commitment to growth and integrity, striving to align your actions with your highest values. This path is not always easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. Consider the impact of these virtues on your daily life. Wisdom guides your choices. Courage propels you forward. Justice fosters meaningful relationships. And temperance keeps you grounded. By embodying these principles, you become a source of strength and inspiration to others, creating a ripple effect of goodness in the world. Number 6, work for the common good. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that we are all part of a larger community. Our actions have an impact beyond ourselves, and we have a responsibility to contribute to the common good. This sense of duty transcends self-interest, calling us to act with compassion and generosity. Imagine a beehive where each bee works tirelessly not just for its own benefit, but for the survival and prosperity of the entire colony. Similarly, we should strive to support and uplift those around us. This can be through small acts of kindness, volunteering, or simply being a reliable and considerate person. Working for the common good creates a sense of purpose and fulfillment. It connects us to others, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual respect. It also cultivates a sense of humility as we recognize that we are part of something greater than ourselves. By prioritizing the well-being of others, you enrich your own life. You develop deeper relationships, experience the joy of making a difference, and contribute to a more compassionate and just world. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide your actions, creating a legacy of goodness that extends far beyond your own life. Number 7, embrace adversity. Adversity is an inevitable part of life, but Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view it as an opportunity for growth. Challenges and obstacles are not merely setbacks, but valuable lessons that strengthen our character and resilience. Consider the process of forging steel. It must endure intense heat and pressure to become strong and durable. Similarly, adversity can forge our inner strength, helping us to develop qualities like patience, perseverance, and wisdom. Each challenge faced and overcome makes us more robust and capable. When confronted with difficulties, it's natural to feel disheartened. But instead of succumbing to despair, we can choose to see adversity as a chance to prove our mettle. This shift in perspective transforms obstacles into stepping stones, leading us to greater heights. Embracing adversity also builds resilience, enabling us to bounce back from setbacks with greater ease. We learn to adapt, to find solutions, and to remain steadfast in our pursuits. This resilience not only benefits us, but also inspires those around us, showing them that strength and growth are possible even in the face of hardship. Adopt a Stoic approach to adversity, viewing it as a teacher and ally. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of strength and optimism, ready to face life's challenges with courage and grace. Number 8, simplify your life. In a world filled with distractions and complexities, Marcus Aurelius advises us to simplify our lives. This means focusing on what truly matters and eliminating the unnecessary. Simplicity brings clarity, peace, and a deeper sense of fulfillment. Think of a cluttered room. It's hard to find what you need, and the mess creates stress. But when you declutter, everything becomes more accessible and the space feels more serene. Similarly, simplifying your life allows you to concentrate on your core values and goals, reducing stress and enhancing your overall well-being. To simplify, start by identifying what is essential, what brings you joy and purpose, what aligns with your values and long-term aspirations. Focus on these aspects and let go of the rest. This might involve decluttering your physical space, setting boundaries in your relationships, or streamlining your daily routines. Simplicity also means being mindful of how you spend your time and energy. Avoid overcommitting and learn to say no to things that don't serve your higher purpose. This creates space for what truly matters, allowing you to live more intentionally and authentically. By embracing simplicity, you free yourself from the chaos of modern life. You create a life that is rich in meaning, where you can focus on personal growth, relationships, and the pursuit of your true passions. Simplify and discover the profound peace that comes from living a life aligned with your values. Number 9, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that Marcus Aurelius encourages us to cultivate. By regularly reminding ourselves of the things we are grateful for, we shift our focus from what is lacking to what is abundant in our lives. This simple yet profound shift can transform our outlook and enhance our well-being. Imagine starting each day by acknowledging the things you are thankful for. It could be the warmth of the sun, the support of a loved one, or the opportunity to pursue your passions. This practice of gratitude helps you to see the positives, even in challenging times, and fosters a sense of contentment. Gratitude also deepens our connections with others. When we express appreciation, we strengthen our relationships and create a positive ripple effect. People feel valued and recognized, leading to more harmonious and supportive interactions. Moreover, gratitude nurtures resilience. In moments of adversity, focusing on what we are grateful for can provide comfort and perspective. It reminds us of our strengths and the resources we have to overcome difficulties. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine. Keep a gratitude journal, share your appreciation with others, or simply take a moment each day to reflect on your blessings. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of abundance and positivity, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. Number 10, maintain self-discipline. Self-discipline is the cornerstone of a Stoic life. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that controlling our impulses and desires is essential for achieving true freedom and living a virtuous life. Self-discipline is not about harsh self-denial, but about making conscious choices that align with our values and long-term goals. Consider the power of self-discipline in shaping your life. It enables you to stay focused on your priorities, resist distractions, and overcome procrastination. It helps you to develop healthy habits, whether it's through regular exercise, mindful eating, or consistent study. These habits build a foundation for a fulfilling and productive life. Self-discipline also enhances your emotional resilience. By learning to control your reactions, you navigate challenges with a calm and steady mind. You become less swayed by fleeting emotions and more anchored in your principles. Imagine a disciplined artist who practices daily, honing their craft with dedication. Their discipline leads to mastery and fulfillment. Similarly, by cultivating self-discipline, you unlock your potential and achieve greater heights in your personal and professional life. Embrace self-discipline as a tool for empowerment. Set clear goals, establish routines, and hold yourself accountable. By doing so, you create a life of purpose and integrity, guided by your highest values and aspirations. Number 11, accept criticism gracefully. Criticism is an inevitable part of life, but how we respond to it can define our growth and character. Marcus Aurelius advises us to accept criticism gracefully, viewing it as a tool for self-improvement rather than a personal attack. When faced with criticism, our initial reaction might be defensiveness or hurt. However, by adopting a Stoic perspective, we can see criticism as an opportunity to learn and grow. It requires humility to acknowledge that we're not perfect and that others can offer valuable insights into our actions and behaviors. Consider the example of a seasoned craftsman. When his work is critiqued, he listens attentively, eager to refine his skills. He understands that constructive feedback is a gift that can help him achieve excellence. Similarly, we should approach criticism with an open mind, discerning its validity and applying it where it can benefit us. Accepting criticism gracefully also strengthens our relationships. It shows that we are willing to listen, learn, and grow, fostering mutual respect and understanding. It demonstrates emotional maturity and a commitment to personal development. Embrace criticism as a path to self-improvement. Listen without judgment. Reflect on the feedback and use it to enhance your growth. By doing so, you cultivate resilience, humility, and a continuous drive towards becoming your best self. Number 12, reflect daily. Daily reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, emphasized by Marcus Aurelius. Taking time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and experiences fosters self-awareness and continuous personal growth. This habit allows you to learn from your experiences and make conscious adjustments to your behavior. Imagine ending each day with a few moments of quiet contemplation. You review your interactions, decisions, and reactions, considering what went well and what could be improved. This practice helps you to identify patterns, recognize achievements, and address areas that need attention. Daily reflection also cultivates a deeper understanding of your values and goals. It keeps you aligned with your principles, ensuring that your actions are in harmony with your true self. This alignment brings a sense of clarity and purpose, guiding you through life's complexities with confidence and wisdom. Consider a gardener who tends to his plants each day, observing their growth and making necessary adjustments. Similarly, through daily reflection, you nurture your inner landscape, fostering a life of integrity and meaning. Make daily reflection a non-negotiable part of your routine. Whether through journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation, dedicate time to review and learn from your day. This practice will enrich your life, guiding you towards continuous improvement and a deeper connection with your authentic self. As we wrap up our exploration of Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom, remember that these principles are not just historical artifacts, they are practical tools for a richer, more resilient life. Embracing adversity, practicing mindfulness, and living in accordance with nature are just a few ways you can transform your daily experiences. If you found value in these insights, imagine the impact they can have when applied consistently. Let Marcus Aurelius's teachings be your guide to navigating life's complexities with grace and strength. Your journey towards a wiser, more fulfilling life begins now.
What if I told you that your attitude could change the entire course of your life? Imagine if you could harness the power of a single trait to turn your biggest fears into your greatest strengths. Two animals embody this transformative power: the eagle and the lion. These are the only two creatures that the Creator identified himself with. Understanding why these animals are symbolic of supreme leadership can unlock the leader within you. Let's delve into why the lion, the king of the jungle, is a beacon of leadership. Interestingly, the lion is not the tallest, largest, heaviest, or smartest animal in the jungle. In fact, the lion is physically outmatched by several other animals. Yet when the lion appears, all the other animals run away. This phenomenon is not due to the lion's physical prowess, but due to its attitude. Leadership expert John Maxwell once said, "Attitude determines altitude." This statement rings true when we study the lion. The lion's attitude is what sets it apart. The lion believes it is the king, and this belief shapes its actions and the reactions of others. This attitude is not just a superficial confidence. It's a deeply ingrained belief system. Consider this. In the business world, CEOs and leaders are not always the most intelligent or skilled individuals in their organizations. What distinguishes them is their attitude and vision. Take Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Schultz did not come from wealth or privilege. He grew up in a poor neighborhood, but his attitude and vision transformed Starbucks from a single coffee shop into a global brand. Schultz's belief in his vision and his unwavering attitude towards achieving it inspired his team and reshaped the coffee industry. One of my favorite quotes encapsulates this idea perfectly. An army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep. This means that the right kind of leadership can transform a group of ordinary people into an extraordinary team. History is replete with examples of leaders who transformed their followers through their attitude. Winston Churchill, during World War II, inspired a beleaguered Britain with his indomitable spirit. His belief in victory, despite the odds, rallied the nation to stand firm against adversity. Let's bring it back to the jungle. The lion sees an elephant and thinks, lunch. This mindset is not based on physical ability alone, but on the lion's belief in itself. On the other hand, the elephant, despite its size and strength, sees the lion and thinks, eater. This stark difference in perspective highlights how attitude shapes outcomes. The lion's attitude commands respect and instills fear in larger, stronger animals. Your attitude is a reflection of your belief system. It's said that whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. This famous quote by Henry Ford emphasizes the power of belief. Your attitude towards challenges, setbacks, and opportunities will dictate your success or failure. Consider the story of J.K. Rowling, who faced numerous rejections before Harry Potter was finally published. Her unwavering belief in her story and her positive attitude towards rejection turned her into one of the most successful authors in history. In the workplace, in your personal life, and in your community, adopting a lion's attitude can make all the difference. Leaders are not born. They are made by the attitudes they cultivate and the beliefs they hold. Cultivate an attitude of resilience, confidence, and vision. Believe in your potential to lead, inspire, and make a difference. Just like the lion, let your attitude set you apart and lead you to greatness. Equally important is the symbolism of the eagle. The eagle represents vision, strength, and soaring to new heights. The eagle is known for its incredible eyesight, capable of seeing prey from miles away. This sharp vision symbolizes the clarity and focus that a leader must have. A leader must see beyond the immediate and plan for the future, much like the eagle soars high to gain a broad perspective. The eagle's flight is also a powerful metaphor for leadership. When storms come, other birds seek shelter. The eagle, however, uses the storm's wind to lift itself higher. This ability to rise above challenges is a hallmark of great leadership. Leaders face obstacles and adversities, but like the eagle, they use these challenges to elevate themselves and their vision. Nelson Mandela, one of the most revered leaders in modern history, exemplified this eagle-like quality. Despite spending 27 years in prison, Mandela's vision for a free and democratic South Africa never wavered. He rose above the hardships and emerged as a symbol of resilience and hope, guiding his nation to a new era. Another aspect of the eagle's leadership is its commitment to its family. Eagles are known for their strong parenting skills, taking great care in raising their young. This nurturing aspect is essential in leadership. A true leader mentors and supports their team, fostering an environment where everyone can grow and succeed. This commitment to others is what builds strong, cohesive teams that can achieve remarkable feats. Combining the attitudes of the lion and the eagle, we find the foundation of effective leadership. It is not just about believing in oneself or having a vision. It is about translating those beliefs into actions. Attitude without action is merely a dream. To lead effectively, one must not only possess the confidence and vision, but also the willingness to act upon them. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." Edison's relentless pursuit of his ideas and his willingness to act upon his vision led to the invention of the light bulb and many other innovations. His attitude of perseverance and his actions in the face of repeated failures epitomize the essence of leadership. Leadership is also about empowering others to act. A true leader does not just lead by example, but inspires others to take initiative. This is evident in the story of Mahatma Gandhi, whose attitude of non-violence and peaceful resistance inspired millions to fight for India's independence. Gandhi's leadership was not just about his personal beliefs, but about mobilizing an entire nation to act upon those beliefs. In our daily lives, adopting this attitude-action framework can lead to transformative outcomes. Whether in our careers, our communities, or our personal relationships, the combination of a positive attitude and proactive actions can set us apart and lead us to success. It is about believing in our potential and taking the necessary steps to realize it. There are several practical steps to cultivate a leadership attitude. Develop self-belief. Like the lion, cultivate a strong belief in yourself. This belief will shape your actions and the reactions of others. Start by setting small, achievable goals and gradually build your confidence. Maintain a clear vision. Emulate the eagle's vision by setting long-term goals and staying focused on them. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they align with your overall vision. Embrace challenges. Use obstacles as opportunities to grow, much like the eagle uses storm winds to soar higher. Develop a mindset that views challenges as stepping stones rather than setbacks. Inspire and empower others. Leadership is not just about personal success. It's about lifting others up. Mentor and support those around you, fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Act with purpose. Turn your attitudes and beliefs into actions. Set actionable plans to achieve your goals and be consistent in your efforts. Remember, action is what brings vision to life. Practice resilience. Cultivate resilience by learning from failures and setbacks. Each experience, whether positive or negative, is an opportunity to learn and grow. Stay humble and adaptable. Despite their strength and vision, both the lion and the eagle remain adaptable to their environments. Stay humble and be willing to adjust your approach when necessary. The lion and the eagle teach us valuable lessons about leadership and the power of attitude. By adopting the lion's confidence and the eagle's vision, and by combining these attitudes with purposeful actions, we can unlock our potential as leaders. Whether in business, community, or personal life, the principles of belief, vision, resilience, and action are universal keys to success. Embrace these qualities and let your attitude lead you to new heights and untold achievements.
Here are 10 terrible signs you are in a toxic friendship that you must know. Have you ever walked away from a conversation with a friend feeling drained, betrayed, or even worse about yourself? Toxic friendships are silent energy thieves, and they could be sabotaging your happiness and success without you even realizing it. Here's the shocking truth. Toxic friendships can harm your mental and emotional well-being as much as, or even more than, bad relationships. And the worst part? You might not even see the signs until it's too late. From constant criticism to subtle manipulation, these friendships leave you questioning your worth and doubting your instincts. Imagine what life would look like if you broke free from these bonds and reclaimed your energy and peace of mind. In this video, we're diving into the 10 terrible signs of a toxic friendship. We'll unpack each one with relatable examples and timeless wisdom to help you spot these red flags and take back control of your relationships. And stick around until the end, where I'll share a Stoic strategy that will empower you to protect your peace, no matter how difficult the situation. Let's get started. 1. Constant criticism and negativity. Friendships should be a source of encouragement and positivity, but when a friend constantly criticizes or demeans you, it becomes toxic. I've been there, excited to share a success or even a small joy, only to be met with sarcasm, judgment, or an outright dismissal. Over time, these small cuts pile up, leaving you questioning your worth or feeling like your achievements are never enough. Stoic philosophy offers a valuable perspective in dealing with such situations. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone habitually criticizes us, their words reflect more about them than us. Their negativity may stem from their own insecurities, frustrations, or inability to celebrate others' successes. Understanding this doesn't excuse their behavior, but it helps us not internalize their words. There's also wisdom in Marcus Aurelius's reflection, choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. For a long time, I allowed the opinions of others to shape how I saw myself. If they criticized my work or mocked my dreams, I'd question whether I was on the right path. But the Stoics teach us to ground our self-worth internally, not in the unstable approval of others. I learned to step back and ask, is their criticism constructive, or is it just noise? Most of the time it was the latter, but knowing this doesn't mean we should tolerate endless negativity. A true friend's feedback may sometimes be uncomfortable, but it should always come from a place of care and a desire to see us grow. Toxic criticism, on the other hand, is intended to diminish us. Seneca wrote, associate with people who are likely to improve you. If a friendship consistently drags you down, it's worth re-evaluating its place in your life. I began setting boundaries when I recognized this pattern in a past friendship. Instead of confronting their negativity with anger, I calmly expressed how their words affected me. Stoicism taught me to remain composed and intentional in my response. When they didn't change, I chose to limit my interaction with them, not out of spite, but to protect my peace. Ultimately, we can't control how others behave, but we can control the friendships we nurture. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire, not those who tear you down. That's not just a wise choice, it's a Stoic one. 2. One-sided effort. A friendship should be a two-way street. When you're the one always reaching out, making plans or offering support, it becomes exhausting and unsustainable. I've had friendships where I felt like the glue holding things together, sending the first text, organizing meetups, or being the listening ear every time they needed to vent. But when I needed someone, there was silence. It felt like running a marathon while they casually strolled beside me. Stoic wisdom reminds us to evaluate relationships through a lens of rationality and fairness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bees." A friendship that lacks mutual effort disrupts the harmony of both individuals. It leaves one person depleted while the other benefits without reciprocation. This imbalance is not just unkind, it's unhealthy. I used to justify one-sided friendships, convincing myself that maybe they were just busy or going through something. But Epictetus urges us to focus on what is within our control. Attach yourself to what is in harmony with your nature. If your natural state is to give and connect, yet someone continually neglects your efforts, that misalignment is worth examining. Their behavior isn't something you can control, but your choice to invest in that relationship is. Recognizing one-sided effort doesn't mean immediately cutting someone off. Instead, as the Stoics would advise, approach the situation with clarity and composure. Seneca reminds us, A gift consists not in what is done or given, but in the intention of the giver. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I first communicated openly. I let them know how I felt, calmly and without blame, hoping for a shift. When nothing changed, I reduced my efforts, saving my energy for relationships that felt balanced and rewarding. This wasn't easy. Part of me feared losing the friendship altogether, but the Stoics taught me to accept impermanence. Marcus Aurelius advised, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." I chose to redirect my love and care toward friendships that honored reciprocity, and in doing so, I found deeper fulfillment. Ultimately, a healthy friendship is about mutual care and effort. If you're constantly overextending yourself, pause and reflect. Is this a friendship or a one-sided obligation? Stoicism encourages us to invest wisely, not just in things, but in people. 3. Manipulation and control. Friendship thrives on trust and mutual respect, but manipulation and control poison that foundation. A toxic friend might use guilt, emotional blackmail, or subtle pressure to sway you into doing things their way. I've experienced this firsthand. A friend who would frame every request as a test of loyalty, or who'd act hurt when I set boundaries, making me feel like the villain for prioritizing my needs. Stoic philosophy offers powerful tools to navigate such dynamics. Epictetus reminds us, if someone is able to provoke you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. Manipulative friends often rely on emotional triggers, guilt, fear, or the desire to please. They count on our reactions to keep control. But when we pause and reflect instead of reacting, we reclaim our power. Their words and actions lose their grip on us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom also applies here. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In my case, I started to recognize the patterns. When my friend used guilt to control me, I asked myself, is this demand reasonable? Would they act the same way if roles were reversed? The answer was often no. By grounding my decisions in reason rather than emotion, I began to see their manipulation for what it was, a tactic, not a truth. It's crucial, however, not to respond to manipulation with anger or retaliation. Stoics advocate for calm and measured action. Seneca wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." When I confronted my friend about their behavior, I did so with composure, explaining how their actions made me feel and why it was affecting our friendship. This allowed me to set boundaries without escalating the situation. Still, not all manipulative relationships can be salvaged. If a friend refuses to respect your autonomy, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Epictetus advises, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. By stepping away, you set a standard for how you deserve to be treated, not just by others, but by yourself. Friendship should empower, not control. If someone's behavior feels like manipulation, it's a sign to reflect, act with integrity, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics would say, you cannot control their actions, but you can control your response. 4. Jealousy and competitiveness. True friends celebrate your victories as if they were their own. But in a toxic friendship, jealousy and competitiveness take the stage. I've been in situations where sharing good news, landing a job, achieving a goal, or even just a small success was met with forced smiles or subtle attempts to downplay my accomplishments. Sometimes they'd turn the conversation back to their own achievements, or hint at why my success wasn't such a big deal. After all, Stoicism teaches us that envy is a reflection of inner turmoil, not of the person it's directed at. Seneca wrote, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable." A friend's jealousy often stems from their fear of inadequacy, their struggle with their own goals, or their inability to measure up to their internal expectations. Recognizing this helped me see that their reactions weren't about me, but about their own insecurities. Still, it's not easy to deal with a friend who turns every moment into a competition. Marcus Aurelius provides guidance. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Their envy challenged me to focus on what mattered most, my own values and growth. Instead of seeking their approval, I began asking myself, am I proud of this accomplishment? Does it align with my goals? By shifting my perspective, I became less affected by their behavior. However, that doesn't mean tolerating toxic competitiveness indefinitely. As Epictetus advises, it is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those things. When jealousy repeatedly overshadowed our friendship, I addressed it. I calmly explained how their reactions made me feel, highlighting that a true friend's joy is multiplied by shared success, not diminished by it. In one case, this conversation improved the friendship. In another, it didn't. When their competitiveness remained toxic, I followed Seneca's wisdom. Withdraw into yourself as far as you can. I chose to distance myself from that friendship, not with bitterness, but with an understanding that some relationships aren't meant to last. A friend's jealousy shouldn't dim your light or make you shrink yourself. A genuine friendship is a partnership in growth and joy. When competitiveness replaces camaraderie, Stoicism encourages us to focus on our path, maintain our inner tranquility, and seek relationships that uplift rather than undermine us. 5. Disrespecting boundaries. Healthy friendships. Respect personal boundaries, but toxic ones often disregard them. Maybe it's a friend who constantly interrupts your downtime, insists on knowing every detail of your life, or pressures you into situations you're uncomfortable with. I've been in friendships where saying no felt impossible because it would lead to guilt trips or passive-aggressive comments. Over time, this eroded my sense of autonomy and left me feeling overwhelmed. Stoicism reminds us that boundaries are essential for maintaining our inner peace. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Recognizing your own values, needs, and limits is the first step in setting boundaries. If you don't know what you stand for, it's easy for others to impose their expectations and desires on you. Marcus Aurelius offers wisdom for handling such situations. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. This doesn't mean letting others walk all over you. It means understanding that their actions are theirs to own, while your responsibility is to uphold your principles. When I encountered a friend who constantly pushed my limits, I had to practice self-discipline. Instead of reacting emotionally, I calmly and firmly restated my boundaries. Setting boundaries in a Stoic way means doing so without anger or resentment. Seneca advised, "Anger, an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured." When my friend ignored my boundaries, I chose not to retaliate, but to explain why those boundaries mattered. I said, "I value our friendship, but I also need time to recharge," or "I feel uncomfortable when you pressure me into decisions I'm not ready to make." This approach preserved my dignity and communicated my needs clearly. Sometimes, however, even after setting boundaries, the behavior doesn't change. In those cases, the Stoics teach us to accept what we cannot control. Epictetus reminds us, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. If a friend consistently disrespects your limits, it's okay to distance yourself. Doing so isn't selfish, it's self-preservation. Friendships thrive on mutual respect. When someone dismisses your boundaries, it's a sign that the relationship may not be as healthy as it should be. Stoicism empowers us to assert our values, protect our peace, and cultivate relationships where boundaries are honored. 6. Lack of empathy. A true friend listens, understands, and empathizes when you share your struggles or joys. But in a toxic friendship, empathy is often missing. You may notice they brush off your feelings, quickly turn the conversation back to themselves, or even mock your vulnerability. I've been in friendships where opening up felt pointless because I knew my emotions wouldn't be met with care or understanding. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of understanding others while maintaining our own peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This wisdom taught me to approach the situation with compassion rather than frustration. A friend's lack of empathy might stem from their own struggles or a lack of emotional awareness. Recognizing this can help us avoid taking their indifference personally. However, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating such behavior endlessly. Epictetus advises us to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. When a friend consistently shows a lack of empathy, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. I realized that surrounding myself with people who cared about my feelings made a significant difference in my well-being. One way to address this issue is by modeling empathy yourself. Seneca wrote, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." When I noticed a friend's lack of empathy, I chose to respond to their struggles with understanding, even when they didn't reciprocate. This approach sometimes encouraged them to mirror that behavior back to me. But when it didn't, I understood that their emotional limitations were not my responsibility to fix. If a lack of empathy persists, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You can leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Life is too short to invest deeply in relationships that lack mutual care and understanding. Choosing to step away isn't about anger. It's about prioritizing your mental and emotional health. Empathy is the cornerstone of meaningful friendships. If someone consistently disregards your emotions, it may be time to distance yourself and seek connections that honor mutual understanding and support. Stoicism reminds us to act with kindness, but also with clarity and self-respect. 7. Gossiping about you. Trust is the foundation of any friendship, but when a friend gossips about you, spreading personal details, sharing secrets, or speaking negatively behind your back, it feels like a betrayal. I've experienced this before, discovering that someone I trusted had been sharing my vulnerabilities with others. It was like being stabbed in the back by someone who was supposed to have my best interests at heart. Stoic philosophy offers a steadying perspective in such moments of betrayal. Epictetus reminds us, "What other people say about you is not your concern. Your concern is what you think about yourself." While gossip can sting, it's important not to let it define your self-worth. Their words reflect their character, not yours. When I learned about a friend's gossip, I reminded myself that their actions were a result of their insecurities, not a judgment of my value. Seneca advises, "If you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich." This principle taught me to detach from the opinions of others, including friends. Instead of obsessing over what they said or why they said it, I focused on whether I had acted in alignment with my own values. If my conscience was clear, their gossip lost its power over me. Confronting gossip requires courage and tact. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." When I approached the friend who had gossiped about me, I stayed calm and direct, explaining how their actions had damaged my trust. Instead of attacking them, I shared my feelings and allowed them to respond. This Stoic approach helped me address the issue without escalating it. Unfortunately, not all friendships recover from betrayal. As Epictetus teaches, he who is not a good friend to himself cannot be a good friend to anyone else. If a friend continues to gossip or fails to take responsibility for their actions, it's okay to walk away. Removing toxic influences from your life is an act of self-respect, not hostility. A true friend safeguards your secrets and speaks well of you when you're not around. If someone consistently breaks this trust, Stoicism encourages us to let go of resentment, protect our peace, and seek relationships built on loyalty and integrity. 8. Draining your energy. Spending time with a friend should leave you feeling uplifted and connected, not exhausted. But with a toxic friend, the opposite often happens. Whether it's their constant negativity, endless drama, or neediness, these interactions can feel like an emotional drain. I've had friendships where I left every conversation feeling more stressed than before, as though my energy had been siphoned away. Stoicism provides powerful insights for navigating such relationships. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People exist for one another. Teach them or bear with them." This reminds us that while it's natural to support a friend in need, there's a balance to maintain. If someone's constant issues are consuming your time and energy, you're not obligated to sacrifice your well-being. Stoicism emphasizes rational decision-making, not emotional martyrdom. One way I addressed this issue was by setting boundaries, something Epictetus often emphasized. He advised, "Know what you can bear and carry no more than your share." For example, when a friend frequently turned every interaction into a venting session, I calmly but firmly expressed that I couldn't always be available for their emotional unloading. Instead of cutting them off, I suggested specific times we could talk or offered other forms of support, like recommending a therapist or group where they could share their burdens more effectively. Seneca also offers wisdom for handling energy-draining relationships. Associate with those who make a better man of you. If a friendship leaves you feeling depleted instead of inspired, it's a sign to reevaluate its place in your life. I started prioritizing relationships that were more reciprocal, where I felt supported as much as I offered support. It's also essential not to respond with frustration or resentment. Stoicism teaches us to approach challenges with equanimity. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of being annoyed by my friend's behavior, I shifted my perspective. I saw their constant negativity as a reflection of their struggles rather than a personal attack. Ultimately, friendships should bring balance, not exhaustion. If a relationship consistently drains your energy, it's okay to step back and focus on connections that nourish your soul. As the Stoics teach, protecting your peace isn't selfish. It's essential for living a virtuous and fulfilling life. 9. Inconsistent loyalty. Loyalty is the bedrock of trust in a friendship. When a friend's loyalty wavers, being supportive one day and dismissive or hurtful the next, it leaves you walking on eggshells, unsure of where you stand. I've had friends who were dependable in good times but disappeared or acted indifferent during challenges. This inconsistency created doubt and made me question whether I could truly rely on them. Stoic wisdom offers a clear framework for dealing with such situations. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." A loyal friend's actions reflect their inner principles. When loyalty is inconsistent, it's often because their priorities, values, or emotions fluctuate. Recognizing this helps you avoid taking their behavior personally. It's not about your worth, but their lack of steadiness. Seneca also advises us to observe relationships carefully. Trust is earned, not given. I've learned that loyalty isn't proven by grand gestures in moments of ease, but by consistency over time, especially during difficulties. When a friend's loyalty faltered, I took a step back and reflected. Were their actions truly aligned with the values of friendship I hold dear? If not, it was time to reevaluate how much energy I invested in that relationship. Addressing inconsistent loyalty requires courage and directness, but it should be done with the Stoic virtue of calmness. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Instead of confronting my friend with anger or blame, I approached the issue with curiosity. "I've noticed you've been distant lately. Is something going on?" This opened the door to understanding rather than conflict. Still, some relationships may not recover. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste what remains of your life on what others think of you." If a friend's inconsistency continues to disrupt your peace, it's okay to step away. This doesn't mean holding a grudge. It means prioritizing friendships that foster mutual trust and reliability. True friendship is about showing up, not just when it's convenient, but consistently. If a friend's loyalty wavers, reflect, address the issue calmly, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics teach, focus on cultivating relationships that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth. 10. Undermining your growth. Friendships should inspire and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. However, in a toxic friendship, your growth may be met with subtle sabotage, discouragement, or indifference. I've had friends who reacted to my efforts to improve with dismissive remarks, backhanded compliments, or even outright attempts to pull me back to old habits. It's as though my growth threatened their comfort zone. The Stoics remind us that personal growth is a central part of living a virtuous life. Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." A true friend supports this process, but a toxic one often feels left behind or insecure about their own stagnation. Recognizing this helped me see that their attempts to undermine me weren't about my growth. They were about their fear of change. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I reflected on Seneca's advice. Associate with those who help you be your best. A good friend should celebrate your progress and encourage your efforts to improve. I began asking myself, Does this friendship align with my values and goals? Does it support the person I want to become? If the answer was no, I knew it was time to reevaluate the relationship. Addressing this issue requires a Stoic approach, calm, rational, and composed. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Instead of accusing my friend of sabotaging me, I explained how their actions or comments made me feel. I shared my goals and why they mattered, giving them a chance to understand and support me. In some cases, this led to a deeper connection as they realized the impact of their behavior. In others, their resistance to change or continued negativity made it clear that the friendship was holding me back. As Epictetus teaches, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Letting go of friendships that undermine your growth isn't easy, but it's necessary for your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity, prioritize our values, and seek relationships that encourage our journey toward self-improvement. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth and inspire you to keep striving for excellence. Toxic friendships can be hard to spot and even harder to let go of, but recognizing these red flags is the first step toward protecting your peace and building healthier relationships. Remember, true friends uplift and inspire, not drain or diminish you. As the Stoics teach us, we can't control how others act, but we can control the company we keep. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating relationships and living a wiser, more intentional life. I'd also love to hear from you. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced any of these signs in a friendship? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that helps all of us grow. Thank you for watching, and until next time, take care of your inner peace. It's worth everything.
Imagine living in a world where truth is a rare commodity, a landscape dominated by elaborate fabrications and deceit. You never know when the next lie will surface, leaving you constantly on edge, questioning every word and action. This is the world created by a pathological liar, an individual whose web of deceit permeates every aspect of their existence. They don't just lie occasionally. Their falsehoods are a constant, insidious presence. Unlike the occasional fib most people might tell, pathological liars thrive on manipulation, weaving intricate stories that distort reality. They present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but beneath the facade lies a sinister intent. The deception is so convincing that it becomes difficult to discern what is real. The constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, creating a climate of confusion and mistrust.
As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the bedrocks of a virtuous life. Pathological liars erode these foundations, making it essential to recognize and address their behavior. Their deceitful actions demand vigilance and discernment to protect yourself and maintain your peace of mind. It's crucial to understand how to navigate interactions with such individuals. Here are 10 powerful ways to deal with pathological lying, grounded in wisdom and the principles of Stoic philosophy. Number 1, recognize the signs.
Recognizing the signs of pathological lying is the first step in protecting yourself from the corrosive effects of deceit. Unlike occasional falsehoods, pathological lies are pervasive and woven into the fabric of the liar's daily interactions. These lies are often elaborate, detailed, and constructed to create a convincing narrative. The pathological liar may present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but inconsistencies will start to surface over time. Notice if their stories often seem too good to be true, frequently contradict themselves, or lack verifiable details. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that we must be vigilant and discerning, grounding ourselves in reality to see through deception. By remaining observant and questioning the veracity of their claims, we begin to peel away the layers of falsehood and reveal the truth. This recognition is not about becoming paranoid or overly suspicious, but about developing a keen sense of awareness. The path to wisdom and integrity starts with the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, and recognizing the signs of pathological lying is a crucial first step in that journey.
Number 2, set clear boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential when dealing with a pathological liar. Boundaries serve as a protective barrier, safeguarding your integrity and emotional well-being. Pathological liars often test limits, seeking to manipulate and control situations to their advantage. By defining what behavior is acceptable and what is not, you establish a firm line that cannot be crossed. This act of setting boundaries is a testament to your self-respect and commitment to truth. Epictetus emphasized the importance of self-control and maintaining one's principles. In dealing with deceit, it is imperative to be firm and consistent with your boundaries. Clearly communicate your expectations and the consequences of crossing those boundaries. This clarity not only protects you, but also signals to the liar that their behavior is unacceptable. It is a demonstration of your resolve to live by the values of honesty and integrity. Remember, boundaries are not about punishment. They are about self-preservation and maintaining a healthy environment where truth can thrive. Number 3, seek evidence. In the face of pathological lying, seeking evidence becomes a vital practice. Verifying claims and cross-checking information are tools of discernment that help you navigate the web of deceit. Pathological liars rely on the assumption that their stories will be accepted without question. By seeking evidence, you disrupt this assumption and bring truth to the forefront. Epictetus taught that we should seek clarity and truth in all things. This principle is especially relevant when dealing with deceit. Take the time to investigate and validate the information presented to you. Look for corroborating details and consult reliable sources. This process not only protects you from being misled, but also exposes the patterns of deceit. Over time, the liar's fabrications will unravel under the scrutiny of evidence. This practice of verification aligns with the Stoic commitment to wisdom and integrity, reinforcing your ability to stand firm in the face of falsehoods. Number 4, communicate directly. Addressing the issue of pathological lying directly is crucial. Confrontation, when done with calmness and clarity, can be a powerful tool in managing deceit. The pathological liar know that their behavior has been noticed and is unacceptable. Epictetus encouraged direct communication and the pursuit of truth. Even in challenging situations, approach the conversation with a composed and resolute demeanor. Express your observations and concerns without anger or accusation. The goal is to make the liar aware that their deceit is not going unnoticed and that it has consequences. This direct approach can sometimes prompt self-reflection and change in the liars. However, it's important to manage your expectations and understand that change may not occur immediately. By communicating directly, you assert your commitment to honesty and integrity, and you create an environment where deceit is less likely to thrive. This practice aligns with the Stoic values of courage and wisdom, empowering you to uphold the truth. Number 5, limit interaction. Limiting your interaction with a pathological liar is a protective measure that helps preserve your mental and emotional well-being. Continuous exposure to deceit can be draining and destabilizing. By reducing the amount of time you spend with the liar, you minimize their influence over you. Epictetus advised us to be mindful of our associations, recognizing that the company we keep can impact our virtue and tranquility. Distancing yourself from the pathological liar does not mean avoiding them entirely, but being strategic about when and how you interact. Choose your encounters carefully and maintain a certain level of detachment. This practice helps you stay grounded in your own values and reduces the chances of being caught up in their web of lies. Limiting interaction is a way to safeguard your peace of mind and maintain your commitment to truth and integrity. It is a demonstration of self-respect and wisdom, aligning with Stoic principles of self-preservation and discernment.
Number 6, maintain your integrity.
Maintaining your integrity is paramount when dealing with pathological liars. It is easy to be swayed or tempted to retaliate with deceit, but Stoic philosophy teaches us to rise above such inclinations. Epictetus emphasized the importance of living in accordance with our values, regardless of external circumstances. Your integrity is a reflection of your character and commitment to truth. In interactions with a pathological liar, remain steadfast in your honesty and principles. Do not stoop to their level or engage in similar behavior. By upholding your integrity, you set a powerful example and reinforce your own moral compass. This steadfastness not only protects you from the corrosive effects of deceit, but also fortifies your sense of self. Maintaining integrity requires courage and resilience, but it is the cornerstone of a virtuous life. It allows you to navigate interactions with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are true to yourself and your values. Number 7, educate yourselves. Educating yourself about pathological lying and its underlying causes can provide valuable insights and strategies for dealing with deceit. Understanding the psychological aspects of this behavior can help you navigate interactions with greater wisdom and empathy. Pathological lying is often rooted in deeper issues, such as personality disorders or past traumas. By learning more about these factors, you can approach the situation with a more informed perspective. Epictetus taught that knowledge and understanding are essential for living a virtuous life. Take the time to research and educate yourself about the nature of pathological lying. This knowledge will equip you with the tools to identify and respond to deceit more effectively. It also fosters a sense of compassion as you recognize that the liar's behavior may be driven by unresolved psychological issues. However, it is important to balance empathy with self-preservation, ensuring that you do not become enmeshed in their web of deceit. Education empowers you to act wisely and protect yourself, aligning with Stoic principles of wisdom and discernment. Number 8, encourage professional help. Encouraging the pathological liar to seek professional help is a compassionate and constructive approach. Pathological lying can be a symptom of deeper psychological issues that may require therapy or counseling. Suggesting professional help shows that you recognize the seriousness of their behavior and care about their well-being. Epictetus emphasized the importance of seeking improvement and growth, both for ourselves and others. Approach the conversation with empathy and understanding, expressing your concern for their mental health. Suggesting therapy or counseling can provide them with the support and tools needed to address their lying behavior. While you cannot force them to seek help, planting the seed of this idea can be a step toward positive change. Encouraging professional help demonstrates your commitment to their well-being and your own boundaries. It aligns with Stoic principles of compassion, wisdom, and the pursuit of improvement, fostering a healthier and more honest environment. Number 9, stay grounded in truth. Staying grounded in truth is essential when dealing with pathological liars. Their constant deceit can create a confusing and destabilizing environment. By reaffirming your commitment to truth, you protect yourself from being swayed by their lies. Epictetus taught that we must anchor ourselves in reality and truth, regardless of external influences. Regularly remind yourself of your values and principles, and seek out reliable sources of information. Surround yourself with people who value honesty and integrity, as their support can help you stay grounded. Practice mindfulness and self-reflection to maintain clarity and discernment. Staying grounded in truth not only shields you from deceit, but also reinforces your own moral compass. It empowers you to navigate interactions with confidence and integrity, knowing that you are anchored in reality. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of wisdom, self-control, and the pursuit of virtue, fostering a life grounded in truth and honesty. Number 10, seek support. Seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals is crucial when dealing with a pathological liar. The constant deceit and manipulation can be mentally and emotionally exhausting. Having a support system provides you with perspective, advice, and emotional backing. Epictetus emphasized the importance of community and seeking counsel from wise individuals. Share your experiences and concerns with those you trust, and listen to their insights. They can offer valuable advice on how to navigate the situation and maintain your well-being. Professional support, such as therapy or counseling, can also provide tools and strategies for dealing with deceit. Seeking support is not a sign of weakness, but a demonstration of wisdom and self-care. It ensures that you do not face the challenges of dealing with a pathological liar alone. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of resilience, wisdom, and the value of community, helping you maintain your integrity and emotional health. Navigating the treacherous waters of pathological lying requires wisdom, resilience, and unwavering commitment to truth. By recognizing the signs, setting firm boundaries, seeking evidence, and maintaining your integrity, you arm yourself against the corrosive effects of deceit. Encourage professional help and lean on your support network to reinforce your resolve. Remember, staying grounded in truth and practicing discernment are your greatest defenses. As Epictetus taught, our virtue is tested not by the circumstances we face, but by how we respond to them. Embrace these principles to protect your peace and uphold the values of honesty and integrity. Your journey through the landscape of deceit can become a testament to the strength of your character.
We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Have you ever dealt with a pathological liar? How did you handle it? Share your stories and insights in the comments below, and let's continue this important conversation together. Your wisdom could be the guiding light for someone else navigating the same challenges.
18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them, from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey, and remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key. Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3, seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, a mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4, control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions, rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5, communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6. Understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7. Practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8. Choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being or aligns with your values. Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9. Seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10. Appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11. Grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15. Maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16. Use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17. Practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer. By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18. Educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
Once upon a time, in an ancient village nestled near a mountain range, there lived a young man named Kaito. He was known for his creativity and resilience, but beneath his optimistic exterior, Kaito felt trapped by invisible chains. His dreams of success in his work and relationships seemed perpetually out of reach. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day in the fields, Kaito found himself wandering a secluded mountain path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cherry blossoms, and the path led him to a small temple bathed in twilight. There sat an elderly Zen master named Hiroshi, quietly tending to a bonsai tree. Hiroshi had a reputation for helping people discover clarity and purpose. Drawn to the master's serene presence, Kaito approached cautiously. "Master Hiroshi," he said, bowing deeply, "I feel lost. My ambitions are clear, but something within me holds me back. How can I overcome this?" Hiroshi looked up, his eyes crinkling with a kind smile. "Sit with me, young man. Let us unravel the chains together." Kaito sat cross-legged on the soft grass, and Hiroshi began to speak. "To move forward, you must first let go. There are 10 habits binding you, like weeds choking a blossoming flower. Let me tell you clearly what they are." Hiroshi placed his hands on his knees and began. "The first habit is complaining. Complaining is like standing in a sinking boat and focusing on the holes instead of finding a way to plug them. It drains your energy and keeps you stuck in the problem. Instead, practice gratitude. Gratitude allows you to see the resources and opportunities around you. For instance, if your work in the fields frustrates you, focus on the strength it has built in your body or the harvest it provides for your family. Gratitude doesn't ignore the challenges. It simply gives you the strength to address them with clarity." Kaito paused, thinking about how often he complained about the hard labor. "I do focus too much on what's wrong," he admitted. "Maybe if I shifted my energy to appreciating what I have, I could start seeing solutions instead of obstacles." He resolved to start each day by listing 3 things he was grateful for. "Second," Hiroshi continued, "comparison is the thief of joy. Imagine a garden where you constantly compare one flower to another. you'll never appreciate the unique beauty of each bloom. When you compare yourself to others, you undermine your own journey and miss the joy of personal growth. Measure your progress against your past self, not against others. Celebrate their successes as inspiration, not as benchmarks for your worth. Remember, the path you're on is yours alone, shaped by your experiences and dreams. Kaito nodded slowly. I compare myself to the other farmers all the time, and it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. But if I focus on how far I've come, I might feel more confident about my own path. Third is perfectionism, Hiroshi said. Perfectionism paralyzes action because it convinces you that nothing is good enough unless it's flawless. Waiting for the perfect moment means you never start. Life doesn't demand perfection. It asks for effort and progress. Begin with what you have and refine as you go. Consider the bonsai tree. It doesn't grow in a day. Each snip and adjustment shapes it over time. Your efforts are the same. Start small, and you'll achieve greatness through consistent refinement. That hits close to home, Kaito said with a rueful smile. I've been delaying fixing the irrigation system, waiting for the perfect plan. But if I just start with what I can, I'll improve it along the way. The fourth habit is procrastination. Procrastination is like carrying a heavy pack uphill. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When you focus on one small action, you lighten the load and create momentum. For example, if you dread preparing your tools for the next season, start by cleaning just one. Action, no matter how small, diminishes fear and builds confidence. I've definitely felt that weight, Kaito admitted. If I can just start with something small, even if it's just sharpening one tool, maybe I can build momentum. Fifth, Hiroshi continued, is overcommitting. Imagine a single flame trying to light too many candles. It spreads itself too thin and risks extinguishing entirely. When you say yes to everything, you dilute your focus and drain your energy. Learn to prioritize. Say no to what doesn't align with your values and goals so you can say yes to what truly matters. It's not selfish. It's necessary for growth and balance. Kaito sighed. I hate saying no because I don't want to disappoint people, but I see how it's draining me. I'll practice being more selective about where I spend my energy. The sixth habit is people-pleasing. Living to satisfy others' expectations is like wearing clothes that don't fit. You lose your comfort and identity. Honor your own needs and live authentically. When you respect yourself, others who truly matter will respect you too. For instance, if you feel compelled to agree with someone to keep the peace, pause and ask yourself if doing so aligns with your values. Honesty with yourself and others fosters genuine relationships. That's a hard one for me, Kaito confessed. I've been trying to make everyone happy, but it's left me feeling empty. I need to start focusing on what truly matters to me. Seventh is self-doubt, Hiroshi said firmly. Self-doubt is a shadow that grows when you stand still. Reflect on your past achievements to remind yourself of your abilities. You've overcome challenges before, and you'll do so again. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing you can rise after every fall. Keep a journal of your successes, no matter how small, and revisit it when doubt creeps in. I often forget my own successes, Kaito said thoughtfully. I'll start keeping a journal of my achievements to remind myself of what I'm capable of. The eighth habit is multitasking, Hiroshi explained. Multitasking scatters your focus like seeds thrown to the wind. They rarely land where they'll grow. Deep concentration, on the other hand, is like planting a single seed with care. Focus on one task at a time, and you'll achieve mastery and greater satisfaction. For example, if you're repairing a fence, set aside distractions like conversations until it's finished. Quality work comes from undivided attention. I'm always juggling too many things, Kaito admitted. I'll try focusing on one task at a time and see if it makes a difference. Ninth, Hiroshi continued, is avoiding feedback. Feedback is a mirror that reflects areas for growth. Embrace it with humility and curiosity. Constructive criticism isn't a personal attack. It's a tool for refinement. Seek it out and use it to sharpen your skills and perspective. When someone offers feedback, thank them and ask yourself how it can help you grow. I've always been defensive about criticism, Kaito said. But if I can view it as a chance to learn, I might grow faster. And finally, the 10th habit is neglecting self-care, Hiroshi said, his tone softening. Self-care is not indulgence, it's sustenance. Imagine trying to draw water from an empty well. You cannot give your best to others or your goals if you're depleted. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and activities that rejuvenate your spirit. Whether it's a walk in nature, a moment of meditation, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, these small acts restore balance and energy. I've been burning the candle at both ends, Kaito admitted. I'll start setting aside time each day to recharge, even if it's just a short walk or quiet meditation. Kaito took a deep breath, feeling both humbled and enlightened. Thank you, Master Hiroshi. Your words resonate deeply. I will strive to let go of these habits. Hiroshi smiled warmly. The journey will not be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to freedom. Remember, transformation begins with awareness and is sustained through action. The moon had risen high by the time their conversation ended. Kaito felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. Bowing deeply, he said, I will not forget your lessons, Master. In the weeks that followed, Kaito applied Hiroshi's teachings. He began each day with gratitude, set boundaries, and tackled his goals with imperfect but determined steps. Slowly, his life transformed. Opportunities blossomed, relationships deepened, and peace replaced his inner turmoil. Word of Kaito's transformation spread, and others sought him out for advice. Remembering Hiroshi's guidance, Kaito shared what he had learned, becoming a beacon of hope for those ready to release their own weeds. And so, the story of Kaito and the 10 habits reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to cultivate success, one thoughtful step at a time.